Hello again, Struck. Today I am back in Torchlight 3's live server, the regular server, which is getting patched in a few hours later today with the endgame, the Phasier's mode. So I will be, I guess, playing on some of the builds I've got, and I think I should start with playing this one, get it to 60 for example, and then maybe move on to others. So my spin to winner here never reached 60. I was playing the 60 version of it on the other realm, so I might as well just do some maps with this guy, get him to 60. It's not gonna take that long anyways. Also, if people wanna co-op, well, we can co-op. We can always co-op now. So yeah, let me know if you wanna just team up. I will be here. Just quickly checking if everything is running well with the stream. I think we're good. I think everything's running well. So let's see, first of all, what have I here? Bolts fired on shock with the potential to add chance to shock and chance to burn. I might keep this one. I'm not gonna keep this one or this one though. And let's see what maps I can collect here. Maybe collect some gear. Oh, and let's get the legendary maps as well. So yeah, today there's gonna be a lot of changes with this patch, apparently. Mountain King's Pauldrons, okay. What about blue items? Anything good? But yeah, let's maybe just wait for this guy to hit 60 and then start opening stuff. I'm gonna check if there's anything worth keeping here or equipping.
Your pet is back.
We've got a chance to burn, and I've got a chance to burn here. So even if I get the sword without chance to burn, it would work okay. What about the Pauldrons? An upgrade maybe? See, this 77% relic cooldown is just... it's too tempting. I'm gonna keep it, because 14% crit chance and relic cooldown. Alright, let's go. And yeah, I can't wait for the patch. So we're gonna be warming up until the patch in 3, 4, 5 hours from now. We can warm up a little. So yeah, wrong interface. Let's do this one first. Yeah, it's the perfect time to warm up. The perfect time to warm up. And tomorrow, once I'm done playing a bit on this server and seeing what the patch brought and checking the patch notes, you can expect a patch notes or patch overview video as I normally do. With all the changes. Let's see if I'm gonna be disconnecting as much on this realm as I do on the other one, by the way.
Death is upon you.
Let's see. And this is a gear work map. I might as well clear everything before moving on to the next one. I need to check what items I'm using and what items I'm not using on this build. I think I can experiment a little with the eye, the focus item that gives me a special bonus to what's its name, to Sonic Pulse. And welcome back to Get Rexed. He wants to test his Electrode boss on live server. What do you mean by Electrode boss? Which boss is an Electrode boss? Is there a boss that uses the Electrode? Like, do you mean a Shriekbeak or something like that? And Davey Antonio, welcome back. Let me check my Legendarium. Let's say I replace this with the eye. Oh, I did not salvage the eye. I'm gonna have to salvage it after this map, because I'm pretty sure I've got it somewhere. Alright, let's go and finish this map. Oh, the disconnect electrode. Oh yeah, the relic itself is definitely a disconnecty one. I'm doing that as well. I'm gonna be testing all the electrode builds to see how much I'm gonna be disconnecting on this one, on this realm with them. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Let's see what's happening here. So yeah, I'm wondering what time is it now? It's 6 PM my time. So I'm probably expecting the patch to be around 9-10 PM my time. Because that's normally when they do patches, around this time. So in like 3-4 hours from now is probably when we might expect it earliest that is, I guess. You never know, for all we know it might need another delay and not come out today. Although they've already confirmed it's coming today. And this week actually we are getting on the test realm, not the public test realm, the private test realm, we are getting the relics. So I'm not gonna be able to stream on it and show you footage of it, but I'm gonna be playing it and testing them and telling you what I think about all the different builds that one can do. But yeah, it's been confirmed, it is coming later this week. To the special test realm, and I will be able to play it, just not show you. But I can still share my impressions and tell you what I think about some of the things.
Can't cast that spell here.
Just without giving you any details and specifics. But I can always say, hey, this build with that relic would feel great once it's doable and things like that. I'm pretty sure that would be kind of within the reasonable what's it called, range of things I can talk about. Come on. If only I had more charges on this one. I could get it to 4 charges with an item. This really should be giving movement speed after using it the same way the Realm Master one does. Now I wasted all my potions.
That spell cannot be cast.
Come on, give me a potion, give me a potion. He didn't give me a potion. And Disco Machine Gun, welcome to my channel, Disco Machine Gun, welcome to the Struck Club. Nice having you here. Let's see now. Alright, moving on and on and on.
You are near death.
Oh, come on. I dodged this. I definitely dodged this. My hero didn't move on time, but I did press spacebar. Fuck. Now where's the wood?
Your inventory is full.
Come on.
You are overburdened.
Where is the portal? Oh, don't tell me there is no portal. Please don't tell me there's no portal. Yeah, it seems like there's no portal. Can I use another map though? Maybe I can just use another map. Let's see a blue map, if it would put me into the void. Normally this would result into me going in the void. If not when loading the map, maybe when loading the next boss. We'll see. You never thought of this? It's not good to use a map inside of a map and do mapception, because sometimes you would end up into the void. I mean, if I don't end up into the void when loading into the map, maybe it would be once I load into the next boss stage. So remember this, when I'm traveling into the next boss stage and I end up into the void, that's probably gonna be the case. Although I'm not gonna end up into the next boss map because this is a spider quest. So I'm assuming it's still not fixed on the wife server. and I'm still not gonna have enough spiders to kill, or enough ichor to collect. We'll see. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, legendary drop. Nice. Yeah, I love getting into the abyss, floating, constantly free falling in that abyss. It's fun when you get it in Mapworks. It's not fun when you get it other ways, in other places. Although normally it's mostly in Mapworks where you would get this. I've never gotten it into the Fuzziers so far.
Your pet has arrived.
Ah, blazing. So much blazing. Let's kill the blazing one first.
Your pack is full. Level up.
Fuck, they keep interrupting my cast with their knockbacks. Of course this one would come out of nowhere. Those annoying interrupts. How did they even interrupt my vent vortex bomb is kind of baffling to me. Alright, let's see what I can level up now. What do I wanna level up? Do I even wanna level up anything? Maybe get some crit chance for bro skills. Am I using the gauntlets first? I am using the gauntlets already. So that means that puts me, after venting, at 67 crit chance. And with that other skill it would be 77 crit chance. I'm gonna need a lot more crit damage eventually for this build. A lot more, I can only get 30% more, but still I'm gonna need that 30% more if I can get it. This would be a good upgrade. Yeah, it will be a good upgrade, so let's equip it. I really can't wait to get my hands on the new relics and start making some builds with those. But that's gonna be in a few weeks, in a couple of weeks. There were some I didn't kill here. Alright, already at 5 ichor, not too bad. Oh, and got some potions as well. And this cool machine gun says I'm off to play for a bit, and thank you for stopping by. Have fun. May the wood be with you. We gotta get those fun items for those fun builds. Yeah, with the rework of the relics, there's just gonna be so much stuff to try, so many combinations to experiment with. I just hope that they really increase the skill points to not be 60, because yeah, they would launch the relic update with just 60 skill points, and I fear that with just 60 skill points that's just not gonna be enough. Let's do this, come on. Just one more Icar and 14 spiders. Can I find 14 spiders before this map ends?
You can't cast that.
Okay, I'm gonna complete this quest nicely.
You can't cast that here. Your health is low.
Come
Your
on.
journeys have ended.
All this rubber banding and wagging with those enemies. I forgot how bad it was in the live server as well when it came to rubber banding charging enemies. Like the Netherrim warriors and the goblin, whatever it was called, the goblin hound. Goblin raider, actually, it's not hound, it's the raider on the hound. No, look at how many spiders are here. And some more spiders. This level actually had so many spiders. I'm impressed by how many spiders this one had. So let's see what's happening here. Come on, come on, no, no, don't die. Look at this rubber band. He's just hitting me without moving. Come on, come on, die. Let's see here. Life bound. I'm just gonna go for the boss now. We've killed enough on our way. But yeah, so far not seeing disconnects at least, so that's the one bonus on this realm versus the test realm, I guess. It can handle the electrode a little better. Any more wood? This, and I'm assuming the new pets have not been added to this realm, and they will be added with the new patch. Am I gonna go to the abyss now? And so far I didn't go to the abyss, which was interesting. I could have tried pushing for a mapception one level further, but it's too risky. And Tarkunart, hello there to you as well, Tarkunart. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to the Struck Web. Audrey Wall, welcome to you as well. Do we know what the patch will bring? The patch will bring the end game. We do know it will bring the end game, and we do know it's supposedly gonna bring some more fixes to the things that people were waiting for, such as more. There's a new pet, for example. There's gonna be, so this skill here, this E hotkey is gonna get moved on the skill bar, so people can clearly know it's a skill bar SWAT, and you would be able to rebind it, so you're not gonna be only using your relic activation skill and the shocking burst, etc., but you're gonna be able to rebind anything else. But yeah, anything from the PTR is coming here. Anything you tested on the PTR will be coming here. This will not be patched with wipe. The patch with the wipe will be in 2 weeks. And Gary Play says, I'm also coding multiplayer and I often have it that events get lost, like the boss. If it doesn't get the event to move, it will seem like nothing happened on your end. The devs would need to check each event if it actually arrived, which is total pain and a lot of extra work to code. I'm just guessing that this extra step might not be in there yet, otherwise the rubber banding doesn't really make sense. The rubber banding is just desyncing and things like that. They already explained it. They already explained what might be happening in one of their posts. Let me quickly check which post it could have been. And thank you whoever just followed. Disco Machine Gun followed in 16 minutes ago, so that might have been a YouTube sub. But thank you very much. Let me quickly read some Firefox. I'm gonna open my Firefox and try and read some of the posts to try and find that information for you. The information about what's happening with the rubber banding. Is it here? This one. The symptoms of spiky rubber banding, especially when playing in a party, is a problem we encountered and solved before, and I can confirm we did have in the alpha rubber banding and they did solve it. So they've already dealt with it. The problem stems from the game sending more information to the server and other players than it should be. There is plenty of connection speed and server capacity to run the game smoothly, but if you oversaturate the connection with non-critical data, the critical stuff like where is the player doesn't get through the pipe as reliably. So your rubber band around, we hotfixed the worst offender of this, and this was posted on the 9th of July. So on the 9th of July is when this was posted. So yeah, there's more things that they're gonna address, hopefully with this patch. Hopefully those 2-3 spots will be addressed with this patch. And the thing that was posted the other day, State of the Game Week 5, did they mention something about that? Yeah, there's gonna be, this is gonna be in the big patch. This is gonna be in the big patch. Rubber banding in general whack, not enough quest items to complete quests. We're aware that some mapworks are not producing an exit portal, mapworks not spawning bosses, so we know of some fixes that are coming. So yeah, if you want this, if you want to read this, you can read the state of the game post week 5. That's the link. So yeah, that's gonna answer the questions. What is getting patched? Not all, but some of the things that are getting patched you can see on this post. As for the wipe, 2 weeks from now, when the relic rework update is here. We were getting the relic update this week, but not on the wipe server, on the private test realm, not the public test realm, the private test realm, for some very early testing and feedback. And I will be playing it. I'm not gonna be streaming it. I would give you my impressions while streaming, and we can talk about certain things without revealing too much. For example, I can tell you, hey, a build of this class with this relic feels great and better than before, or it feels shit and not as good as before. So I'm gonna be able to tell you vaguely certain things, vaguely, until they give us the green light. But I'm excited to be able to test the new relics later this week. If it really happens later this week. Alright, let's keep leveling up this guy to 60. He's almost there. He's almost there. Almost. I need 2 more points here, by the way, for that crit chance. So I'm gonna do another Mapworks map. Let's do poison this time. And Tarkunart is saying that he's been watching me on YouTube for some films. What do you mean for some films? Have you been watching my long streams? And thank you for watching. Thank you very much for watching. Be advised, I will be making a lot of builds with the upcoming relic update, and there will be a video tomorrow about the patch notes, like an overview summary of the patch. After I get some playtime on it today. But yeah, if you've seen me play the PTR, or if you've played the PTR yourself, what you were seeing there should be moving to the wife this week. But yeah, my biggest offender as well when it comes to my gameplay experience has been the rubber banding, the wagging, the desynchronizing. Because sometimes it's my fault when I die, but sometimes it really is the rubber banding. Or not seeing someone attacking me due to that. And I'm happy when I die with my own, with me actually making a mistake. It happens. I mean, we can be robots, or at least some of us can be robots. Excluding when we're playing Forge. When we're playing Forge, we're all robots. Yeah, if you feel like you don't like your data getting wiped, keep in mind at the end of the early access there will be a wipe as well. But yeah, you can wait 2 weeks and start playing after the relics update wipe, and hopefully there will be no wipe after that until the game launches. Until the wipe right before the game launches, the final wipe. Okay. Some more elites. At least I'm not getting disconnected on this server as much as I do on the PTR. Oh, and I forgot when I went to the fort to disenchant one item and put it in my legendarium. I wanna test that that focus item that boosts Sonic pose.
You can't carry anymore.
Come on. Well, the focus items are not supposed to give you defenses. If you want defenses, you gotta get a shield. Like, focus items are not meant to be defensive. I mean, if focus items gave you too much defense, then what would be the point of shields other than blocking? So the focus item is supposed to be more of an offensive kind of thingy compared to shields. It's supposed to give you a little bit more flat damage or a little bit more utility based on what you're stacking on it. As a different approach to the shield. So they're definitely not everyone's favorite, but I love some builds with focus items. And they just fit very well for some builds. Whereas for others, they just don't. For others, you might want a shield. And a shield is great because, I mean, you can get block chance from shields. And then on your armors, you can get evasion. And that way you're stacking block from the shield and evasion from armor, and it's pretty great. You're gonna be sticking with Poison Dart, Bane, Summoner, Forged. Okay. Keep in mind the 65% pet damage does not apply to the summons. It only applies to your actual pet. So don't be confused by pet damage. Pet damage is not minion damage. Minion damage is coming in 2 weeks, but pet damage is not minion damage. So keep that in mind. Don't get debated by it saying pet damage. It's a fun build still, though. It's really fun build with all the poison and the other things that you can get. Do you know if they're going to remake the auto attack system? All these items and legendary gives bonus to basic attack, but no one wants to use... What are you saying? No one wants to use basic attacks? I already have a build. You can check it. Seismic Charger. Just a moment. It's on my channel and it's on my website as well. Seismic Charger. I'm gonna log it now. I'm gonna log out of the game and I mean out of this character and change to my basic attack build so you can see a build with basic attacks. There's actually pretty fun synergies. Yeah, no one wants to experiment, but I do. I do love basic attack stuff, and there's gonna be even more synergies for basic attacks. Every relic would have bonuses for a specific type of weapon, and for that weapon's basic attack. So if you're playing with the Bane, you're gonna have bonus basic attack, speed and damage to the staff, and you're gonna have to refuel your resources if you want to. That it's optional. You would be able to refuel your what's it called? Relic resource, let's call it. I don't know the exact name, energy or whatever. You're gonna be able to refuel this resource by using basic attacks of that weapon when using that relic. So Bane is staff, Blood Drinker is sword, Flaming Destroyer is great sword, pistol and rifle are with Cold Heart, and mace is with the what's its name? The Electrode. So the electrode is with the mace. So that's gonna be another interesting build when the relic update lands. People might wanna be focusing on spamming relic skills, and if you wanna be spamming relic skills, you would need to use basic attacks. You're not gonna be able to spam relic skills without basic attack builds, because you're not gonna be able to regenerate the relic energy as fast, the relic resource as fast. But yeah, poison dart, anything poison related synergizes amazingly with Bane. So on this guy you can use the poison flying pigs, the one with the stinging wing that I was playing yesterday on the PTR. With this item, the stinging wing. I don't have it on this server, I've got it on the other server, this one. But it's great, it's definitely a great combo. Okay, so you said something about basic attacks, let me show you how I do it with basic attacks. Let's do fire. Is it a few hours yet? Patch live yet? Hooded Quoke? Not yet. Not yet. Probably in 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours from now. That's kind of the expected time of arrival. By the way, the coal launch and furnace blast tier 2 bonuses, you do not need to be using the skills to get the most out of it. Those are passive bonuses, just I'm not sure if you knew it, but keep in mind you can just invest points into those and not use them, and you can use something else to burn. You can use a weapon or a cannon to burn. In fact, it would be much better if you use a cannon with chance to burn if you're doing poison dart build. That way you can be stacking poison and burn on them. So you can see I can use basic attacks, and I can get some charges while using those basic attacks. Let me stop the train just so I can show you without the train how this works. It's a little bit slow because I'm using a mace and not a sword or a staff. Ideally I would be using a sword or a staff. And it is still rubber banding a bit. And unbelievable, Matt, welcome back. How was your day, Matt? Nice to see you again. But yeah, they doing wood burning and AoE. The thing is, you can use both if you want. You can use for coal launch and furnace blast. I'm not a big fan of the animation of either. I really love the old furnace blast. If I could show you the old furnace blast, I would. Maybe I do have some old footage of the old furnace blast, but I'm not sure whether I may not be allowed to show you. I think the footage of the old furnace blast is still under NDA, because it was me recording while the game was in NDA, so I probably can't show you. But the old furnace blast was like a beam coming out of your cannon that stays there for a few seconds, and you can just move around, and it would keep burning the enemies. And it was a little longer range than the current one. I was kind of disappointed when I saw how they reworked furnace blast. I really loved that beam back then. It was so nice and so fun to use. Kind of a big disappointment with the current furnace blast compared to the old one. But yeah, I do have probably like 60-70 gigabytes of recorded footage from the game when it was in NDA. I just don't share it because it's in NDA. I can't show it. It's in one of my external hard drives somewhere where I put it. Might have to look for it later. I could ask them if I'm allowed. I could ask. Maybe not today, because they're probably gonna be very busy today. But maybe sometime tomorrow I could just send a message. But I'm pretty sure it's still in NDA. Last I heard from them, footage from the NDA time is still under NDA. But maybe when doing something like a retrospective video, they might make an exception. If I decide to do a retrospective video of how the game progressed over the years. And oh, finally cosmic boots. I've been waiting for this. Now that means I can remove them from the legendarium and put something else here. Maybe this one. But yeah, you can see basic attack build can work. I can even explain after this fight why it's working. I'm gonna get rid of the train, put the train here. Go kill those enemies without the train. Ideally I would be using a sword though. Again, mace is not the best. A sword or a staff would be what one might want to be using. So why does this work as a basic attack setup? There's multiple reasons. One of the reasons is this thing, cosmic boots. Hit with basic attack, gain a seismic charge. If already at 10 charges, consume them and send a shockwave dealing 400% weapon damage. This shockwave is basically like spike drive, but a single projectile, not multiple. Then the cosmic gauntlets are not bad as well. They really do synergize well, but those synergize only with melee attacks. And it doesn't have to be a melee basic attack, it can be any type of melee attack. So those are some important things. Another important thing would be Frenzy's Blade and Stormblade. Those also synergize pretty nicely. And there's things like a Sneku stick, which I don't really like as much. And then there's things like the Maestro sword, which also I don't really like as much. Or you can try Fire Starter and Fire Wall. They're also not bad. But I don't like the damage. 40% weapon damage here and... I mean, you get what? 2 more charges. You can gain 2 more charges when using the relic skill, but this requires using the relic skill, and I'm not using a relic skill, that's why I'm not using the fire starter. The frost wall on the other hand, and the frost mace, I've only found frost walls, never found frost maces, so I can't confirm how that would work. But yeah, it's a different kind of story, I guess. Alright, let's get the train back into the mix and then back to the forged after this map. You can see things are dying, but once they solve this delay, and I'm hoping with this patch they really would solve it, it would be amazing to see really how things work. Marauder's back. I haven't been playing much this past week. I'll need to look at the patch notes. Yeah, once the patch hits, you could look at the patch notes. I do know some of the things that are coming, and that's the things that were in the private server. I mean in the public server, the public test realm. That's some of the things that will be coming into the game. So whatever we saw in the test realm will be coming here. If not everything, probably 90% of the things that were there would be making their way as changes here too. So evasion is probably something that's gonna be coming. The new pets, the rework of that relic activation SWOT to be a new skill SWOT that you can rebind if you don't want to use that. Supposedly they will be bringing the rubber banding fixes as well. We will see how that turns out. Alright, I'm gonna go back to the forged. Just gonna sell with that pet. And T, welcome back T. Any idea about when the patch drops? Let's say 2-3 hours from now roughly. Could be a safe guess. Earliest 2-3 hours from now. I mean, you want to make sure they're awake and ready to work. And you know, San Francisco is 10 hours behind my time. So it's 7, almost 7 in the evening here, meaning that's gonna be 9 in the morning, almost there. So it's still too early. It's still too early. You want people to drink their coffee, tea, or other things that wake them up. So you gotta give them some time to wake up. And this patch does not include the wipe. The wipe is coming with the relic update. Relics. The wipe is coming with the relic update. You can see some information on the Trello board. As for the PTR code, the PTR code is pinned on the Discord. It's secret alpaca level and it's US only. So let me show it to you. Public test realm. Enter in your beta tab of your game's properties menu, US only. At the moment, secret alpaca level. It's pinned here at the... I'm not sure whether you're seeing it. You're probably seeing it over here. But yeah, let me just pay attention to that announcements section for now, and let's remove the Discord window. Unbelievable, Matt. You're from Ireland, but if you're using a VPN from the US, you can still access the PTR. It's probably not advisable to do it, but some people do it. Some people are that desperate to play on the test realm that they would even go as far as to use a VPN from the US to get access, which is understandable. I probably would have been doing it if I had to. If I had to do it, I probably would have been doing it myself as well. You drink your coffee and have breakfast at 6 AM, at 9 AM at work. Oh, depends on the company. You know, IT companies don't have to feel like a communist regime where people have to wake up at 6 in the morning and so on. They don't have to feel like school, where school starts at 7:30 in the morning, or at least in my country, and that's how it was. So yeah, let people have make sure they're completely woken up. Yeah, exactly. Like in my old job, most people, some people came at 9, most people came at 10, but there were people that would like come even at 11 or 12, because In my old job, we didn't have fixed working hours, so you come later, then you stay until later, as long as you do your tasks and stuff. But that's how it is in the IT world. People can be a bit flexible. Of course, when it's a patch day, I'm assuming they do have some fixed hours, and they do have people that need to be up earlier than others. Potion work? Oh, no thanks. Electric defense? Yes, please. Oh, and I wanted to dismantle one item and test it. Where could it be hiding? We're looking for a forged item. The eye, something eye, the bird's eye. Core blimey, where did I put this magnificent piece of equipment? Oh, there it is. The magic snitch, or whatever it was called in Harry Potter, the bird's eye. I'm gonna dismantle this so I can implement it in the build and just experiment with it before it's too late. Oh, it's power projection, it's not sonic pulse that gets boosted. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Let's do a map. Wait, do I need this? I don't think I need this anymore. Let's get rid of it. Let's do that one and get this guy to 60. Also, you've seen much on this possible raid feature. The possible raid feature is only for test realms. It is something that the community member, the community manager, Bean, can start. Mega Uber Yapper. We had this before. We had this before in the regular servers when it was the end of beta. She would spawn some yappers. It's not a real feature yet. It's just something that she does for fun as events. So it's not real raids. It's just clickbait. It's not real raids. It's clickbait. It's not real raid. It is a real raid, but it's not really an upcoming feature. But yeah, it's definitely fun. It's definitely a fun thing when the community manager does it, and it's something that could be a good feature. I would really love for this to be a real feature, to maybe have some raid NPC, and one of the members of the community, if he's watching, gesturedly joking, had a very good idea of how raids can be real. How raids can be real. He had a very good idea that you have like a series of raids that you can do, starting from like a lower level, going to a higher and higher and higher, and of course being able to solve the lower level raids, but then it's taking more than one person to maybe need a party to finish the like level 65 raid. He had, and gesturedly joking, had that idea about like raids going up to like level 65 monsters or something like that. And I would love for such a feature. I mean, the more types of content we have to do, the better and the less boring. Because if it's just Fuzzier and map works, they're practically the same thing, just one of them is a more stripped down version. It would get fucking boring, believe me. It would be painful if you only have this same type of end game, which is just running random maps. It would be nice if you had some proper dungeons. similar to you know the dungeons in Grimdown, Bastion of Chaos, and Port of Albury and Steps of Torment. How those dungeons have roguelike versions of it. I'm not sure what the real term was, but they have like hardcore versions of those dungeons or whatever you want to call it, where you would go in and if you die you're out, similar to how the Fazier works. They would always have that fixed layout with that specific boss at the end, and you would have mini bosses spread around the map, and it would be a big map. There's not gonna be microtransactions, believe me. This game is premium game. You buy the game, you play it. You buy the expansion, you play the expansion. It's gonna be like the previous Torchlight games and like Diablo 2. Not a single microtransaction is planned anymore. As for raids, whether you're gonna have a bigger team or not, first of all, we don't even know they're thinking about adding real raids. Those raids were just a community event where it's not just your team, it's anyone who is in the map. They normally would spawn those raids in the town, so that everyone who's in the town can participate. Because it's the community manager spawning just a big Uber yapper for everyone to kill. So it's not a real raid, it's just like a... I don't know what to even call it, just a Uber boss spawn event. And it's a community event, it's not like a feature or anything like that. It did have like the feeling of Guild Wars 2 World Bosses. I can definitely relate this to this thing, and it would be nice if they make something like that, but they already got rid of the shared zones. We used to have zones where you can see other people, and this game doesn't want to be an MMO anymore, which probably is for the better. So that type of shared event probably would only be possible when a community manager spawns it into the town. Otherwise, you would only have your party there, and it's just gonna require a lot of coding of raid parties and things like that if you want to make something for more than 4 people. To make like a raid party system. I can get rid of some chance to burn and get some more damage. I think I need that extra damage now. Sorry, did you answer for my question about build as the same as on website? Unbelievable, Matt. Let me quickly scroll up, might have missed something. Unbelievable, Matt, undisciplined. Wait, where is that question about the build? Good step, bigger team, okay, no. If they add microtransaction, no. Yeah, but like... because is the same as you play right now, right? This build is the Shocknado Vortex. This is the Shocknado Vortex build. So if you're looking at my website, it's the Shocknado Vortex. The link is getting censored, so even I can't see the link you posted. But yeah, it's the Shocknado Vortex build that I'm leveling up right now. I was just playing that build mostly on the test realm, so I never got the time to get it to 60 on this server. So should I get more relic active skill damage or just maybe more power projection? We'll see. I've got another, how many points left? 3 points left. And I can remove 2 points from here, 2 points from here, 2 points from here. Or maybe not 2 points, maybe 2 points from here. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing some respecking later of this one. It will require that respecking. Let's finish this map, wrap it up. The Seismic Charger. Yeah, the Seismic Charger was the one I was playing earlier. I was playing with basic attacks, the Seismic Charger. I was playing the version where I'm not using shielded, not using the shield car. And if you're not using the shield car, you might wanna spend more points into shocking rounds. In fact, you can even play it with shotgun blast. You can mix and match the cars. You might want to play it with shotgun. What's important is the synergy of the items and the relic and the skills. So if you don't want to be using shield car and flamethrower, you can use flamethrower and shocking rounds, or flamethrower and not mortar, flamethrower and shotgun, or shotgun and shocking rounds, or shotgun and mortar. You just can't use shotgun and shield together, and you can't use mortar and flamethrower together. If you need some help on how to make the build, I can rework it for specific skills. Like if you don't want to use specific cars, you want to use other types of cars, I can quickly open up the website calculator, Papi's calculator, and just show you how you might want to sort the skills. Also, when they rework the relics, I'm gonna have to use screenshots in my builds instead of the build calculator, because the build calculator would have the old relic info. So I'm gonna just be screenshotting my relic windows. I can still use the calculator for the skill points, but for the relics I'm probably gonna be screenshotting my own relic skills when making new builds after 2 weeks after the patch. What I would do is I would get a head start in the private realm and make some builds and just not upload them, and to just maybe put them private, write them up as text versions, and wait for some rebalancing, and when everything's rebalanced and revealed to the public, I can just make those builds public. So what did we get? Wood beasts, gloves. Definitely don't want those. Those ones could be good though. A lot of fire defense. I'm in a fire map, so it could work well for me. Okay, let's move. We're gonna use flamethrower and shield. I can explain it after this map. I don't mind explaining it. I'm gonna open up the website and explain it from there, because it's gonna be easier. In fact, I will actually go on the Realm Master again. It's easier to explain it like that. Let's go to the Realm Master again. So key important items would be the Stormblade and the Frenzy's Blade. Stormblade, Frenzy's Blade, and Cosmic Boots. Cosmic Boots is great. Of course, the Cosmic Gauntlets is also very nice. So here it is: Cosmic Boots and Cosmic Gauntlets, and Cosmic Helmet is probably what you really want. If you can get Cosmic Chest, okay, that's fine, more skill points. Then Arc-Powered Shoulders or Skittering Shoulders, you wanna maybe wear one and Legendarium the other. Although the Skittering Shoulder might be a bit of an overkill. So in the skills, first you want 10 levels in Flamethrower, or 8 plus 2, or 8 plus, or 9 plus 1, but you want 10 levels here. Then you want this one to at least give you the crit chance, but if you're gonna be going for shield car, max this one out. Then this one you don't have to max out, you can stop at tier 2. If you want, you can stop at tier 2, but it's nice to have that extra piercing if you want it. Then here we don't know what the tier 3 bonus is, so the only reason to go for max level would be for more damage. But I'm not really using this that much for the damage rather than for the proccing. So I stopped at tier 2, but you might wanna max it. This one is good for attack speed of the train cars. Faster attack speed means faster proccing. You could probably leave this for Wast, or you can leave this for Wast. Cooldown for Realm Master skills, you gotta decide which one you want more. The cooldown or the attack speed. Next, you want this at tier 2 for the damage versus stunned, blinded or sword. And very important thing you want. An item that gives you chance to slow enemies, like a shield or an offhand that has a built-in chance to slow. On my hero in the test realm, I've got a shield that gives me 25% chance to slow or something like that. And in addition to that, you want shock bolts, so things that give you bolts on shock, and you want chance to shock. Chance to shock built into the weapon would probably be great. If you can't get it built into the weapon, you might want to get chance to shock in the offhand socket, regardless whether it's a shield or a focus item. Chance to bind is not bad, but chance to shock is probably the better enchantment, and chance to slow you cannot get with an enchantment. So for chance to slow, you really want to get it as a row, as a something that's already on the item. If you can't get chance to slow as a row, try to get chance to blind like I did. You can get chance to blind on the helmet, you can get chance to blind on here. But yeah, chance to slow is very important if you can get it, especially on a shield. You might want to try and gamble. Let me just quickly show you how you might get lucky when gambling, for example for shields. Bolts not bad, chance to stun. Let's see, chance to slow anywhere. So you would want something with bolts fired on shock and chance to slow if you can get it, with ideally 1 or 2 enchant sockets, as a shield or a focus item, whichever you prefer. Chance to stun is not bad as well, or chance to blind, but it's not that high of a percentage as the chance to slow, and the slow lasts for a few seconds, whereas stun and blind doesn't last as long. That's why slow is the better synergy. It takes a while though, you're gonna have to do some gambling and pray to RNGesus. And once you slow the targets or stun them or blind them, they're gonna be taking 65% more damage from this passive. This one you wanna be maxing out for the damage reduction. This one you want to be at least tier 2, for that extra damage reduction bonus. It might be a little bit of an overkill, but I like having that damage reduction. And then if you have some spare points, you can decide, do I want 20% chance to stun to return an endurance on melee attack, or do I want 25% endurance recharge rate? And this endurance recharge rate stacks with endurance regeneration per second from Doom Pipe or other focus item, like a blue one. So yeah, there's some interesting things. Ideally, as I said, chance to slow is your best friend, and chance to shock and shock bolts. And as long as you have the cosmic boots with the 3-piece set bonus, you're gonna be doing some extra proccing. As for the items in the Legendarium, as I said, Stormblade and Frenzy's Blade are important. And then in the build, you probably can see that I've mentioned things like Centrifugal Demolisher or the Blast Breaker. They're not bad as options. I mean, you can experiment. You can even try using Shotgun or Shield, but if you're using Shield car, it's pointless. Shotgun or Shield is good if you're using Shotgun car, because the Shield car doesn't have right now strong, and it actually doesn't even have any endurance bonus. It's missing from the game. If there is one, it's not included in the description. Alright, let's go back to the Forged. Hopefully this was helpful and you understood how to do this, how to do that setup, and why I've taken some skills and skill points. And PK Frey is saying, hello, how did you feel your Legendarium? Oh, I didn't feel it. I did not feel it, but gambling is a very good place. I've only got 79 out of 114, so I've still got a lot of stuff that I've not found. But it was just grinding and gambling and grinding and gambling, and something that can really help you is contracts, because in contracts you've got those yellow bundles, yellow gear bundles. I'm gonna try and show you one so you can see what I mean by gear bundle. And that gear bundle always gives you a legendary. Always. It could be a legendary that's just armor, it could be a legendary that's specific for your class. It's a random legendary, but it always gives you one. I'm gonna show you, just give me a moment. Let's sell this.
See you next time. Oh yes.
Just need some room so I can show you. So okay, I set legendary gear bundle. It should be coming in a few levels. There we go. Legendary gear bundle. So you open your inventory here and legendary gear bundle, boom, you get a legendary item. This, boom, you get blue items. So that's a very great way of getting legendaries. Just keep playing, keep playing, keep playing. This is not the PTR, this is the live server. And we're getting a patch in a few hours, in a couple of hours or so. Maybe 3 hours, maybe 2 hours. I think I just found myself a replacement of the focus item I'm using. As long as I can make it give me chance to burn and chance to shock.
Is that all?
Attack speed. Okay, let's go to my fort quickly and then we can do another map and try and get this one to 60. But yeah, welcome to anyone who is watching who has recently joined. Don't be afraid to ask questions. If I do have the answers, I'll do my best to provide them. And yeah, expect me to make builds, for the game. Once they rework the relics, I'm gonna be making a lot of builds. I've already got ideas based on some early preview I've got of the relics. I've got some ideas for like 60, 80, maybe even more than 80 builds. It depends. Chance to shock. Chance to shock and burn. Come on, just give me one of them. Chance to shock. So I don't have chance to burn. And I'm gonna need the chance to burn as well, otherwise it's not gonna work when the weapon doesn't give it. This is work in progress weapon. I'm gonna keep trying with this weapon until I get it to give me both chance to burn and chance to shock. Let's go, let's do another map. Let's do the shock one. But yeah, those legendary gear bundles are an amazing way to fuel one's legendarium. Of course, gambling, like wait to get 10, 15, 20,000 gold, and then just gamble for that one item. If you're after a specific item, then just keep gambling for the type of item. If you're lucky, it will drop. If you're unlucky, it won't. It's simple as that. That's kind of it. Sometimes I'm super unlucky with gambling, and I just can't get that one item even after spending like 100,000 gold coins on the gambler. It just doesn't want to drop, and then I just kind of yeah, try and get maybe a different item when I figure out it's just not dropping. That's why I want them to make it easier to obtain certain items from the end game by doing a certain stage and repeating it over and over. So yeah, the end game is coming later today, and we will be doing that. If you want to play together, we can also play together the end game mode after the patch. When the patch arrives, I will do a BRB screen and we can just talk while I'm patching the game. But that's gonna be in like 2 hours. So I can probably do like a short 1-2 minute break, and if it doesn't patch in that time, I can just keep talking with you and chatting until it's patching. We'll see how big the patch would be. Two gigabytes is enough. I mean, my internet speed can support a decent download. Like 2 gigabytes shouldn't take that long. It depends how much speed Steam would give me. Normally Steam gives me 8-9 megabytes per second when I'm downloading from it. Sometimes less, sometimes not that much less. But yeah, I've had cases where Steam's download would kind of bug on me and just not give me speed at all. Whereas anything else I try would give me as much as I can afford to handle with my cable. If I switch to PTR, for me downloads 800. If I switch to PTR, for me downloads 800, but I'm not in the official PTR. I'm in a different test realm. I'm in a private play test realm that has some things that the PTR probably doesn't. So supposedly this week, they told us that this week we're getting relics on the private test realm, which means I won't be able to stream the private test realm after they add the relics until they reveal them on an official stream and with the blog post. So let's assume next week they're probably gonna reveal the relics, and after 2 weeks they would be completely patching the live server with them if everything's on schedule. And that means the public test realm would probably get it next week as a preview feature. Once it gets revealed, we would be able to stream it then, once they reveal it and it's on the PTR. But before that, I would still play and I would still give you something. I would talk vaguely about some of the relics and my impressions of them and things like that. There's not gonna be much discussing about it, because I won't be able to tell you, hey, this skill does this damage and the cooldown is this much and you can upgrade it to this level. I'm not gonna be able to tell you this, but I can tell you, hey, playing a Bane Summoner Sharpshooter feels great. Hey, playing a Flying Pix Summoner with the Bane on the Realm Master feels great. or hey, playing a cold hard basic attack pistol build with the train feels great and things like that. Of course, I'm gonna have to test those things. But yeah, there's a lot of things I wanna test. So many things, so many builds. So little time. We'll see.
Your inventory is full.
Alright, pet, go and sell. Chance to swow. So this is what I was telling you about when you wanna get chance to swow, you want something like this 25% chance to swow by 50% for 5 seconds on the Realm Master basic attack build. Actually, on any Realm Master build that is well synergized, you would want it, because any well synergized Realm Master build would be using that thing. What's better for seismic build, Centrifugal Demolisher or a Fire Starter with shield? Well, Fire Starter, you're not gonna be able to proc it, are you? Because you're gonna have to use your Relic skill. And I don't use a Relic skill on my seismic build. If you do use a Relic skill, and by Relic skill they mean Walk-a-Wise Storm or Flaming Destroyer, Sword Smash, or the Bane Spider summon and things like that. But yeah. So just a moment. Yeah, but if you want to use that skill, of course you would stop using the basic attacks, and then it's slightly different. It's still nice to use whatever gives you better damage, whatever gives you better damage and survivability. I'm just quickly typing something, so give me a moment. I'm gonna start loading into the town. Actually, I can't load into the town. Why? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm ready. I was just typing something, replying to a person on my channel while it's loading. Because I'm not sure if the person was watching live, but someone was commenting about my old Onslaught build before the Bane got changed to have that spider summon instead of the damage spider. But yeah, Bane is changing so much soon. The Bane is changing to a relic that's all about summons, all about minion damage, which would be what they're gonna call it. The pet builds. You're gonna be stacking minion damage from different sources, and the Bane would allow you to get some more of it. Okay, let's get rid of this.
Your pet is back.
And how are we doing with the levels? 2 more levels, and then this would be maxed out, and I can start opening some gear bags for specific items. By the way, did you notice that I think the bird's eye might be broken? I'm gonna have to test some more, but the bird's eye, I'm pretty sure I equipped it. I'm gonna check again. I'm pretty sure I equipped it in the Legendarium and it should be proccing certain effects when I'm using power projection. And I don't know, I haven't noticed those. This power projection causes electric arcs to strike nearby enemies. Let's test it. Oh, come on.
Is at an end.
I intentionally stayed there. And now I have to wait 14 seconds. And I don't wanna, let's get the pet out of here. The pet is just messing with the testing. I gotta get rid of the pet. Come on, pet, go away. It's gonna be hard. I'm gonna be dying a lot, but I wanna test this to see if it works. So I'm gonna have to proc this.
You are wounded.
I'm gonna be dying a lot because it's a bad map for testing.
You are refreshed.
So I'm not seeing this effect. What's supposed to happen is some arcs, some whitening arcs when I use my number 4 skill. Oh,
Your health is low.
shit, okay. Now this is wrong. This is wrong. I accidentally resized my window and now I can't go to the options.
You feel much healthier.
Sorry, this should not have happened. I accidentally clicked and resized my window.
You died.
I'm gonna have to kill those. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna have to kill them. So I can change my resolution quickly. Yeah, it resized my window and you probably saw it, how it became smaller. Okay, so what I'm trying to test is this bird's eye. And I don't think it works. I think it's broken, but I'm gonna keep testing it. Let's see. Yeah, it didn't do anything. I probably have to be right next to the enemies.
Your pet has arrived.
And now my pet's messing with my... I'm gonna have to kill them and test again after sending the pet away. So the pet... I can't send the pet away until an item drops. And Tarkunart, good night to you, dude. Wherever you're from, until next time to you, and thanks for stopping by. And GetRect is asking for what software I use for streaming. I use OBS. I use OBS for streaming. Now I have to wait for them to drop an item. If they don't drop an item, I can't send my pet to the town. Come on, drop an item. Any item is fine. White item. Come on. What's with the game not dropping anything? He's dropping quest items, no regular items. For the past couple of minutes. Come on, game, drop me an item. I wish I could send my pet away or disable it so it's not messing with my procs.
You can't cast that here.
Okay, hopefully it would start dropping normal items, not quest items. So I can send the pet away. Alright, it dropped an item. Okay, pet, go away. But yeah, I think the item is broken because I really don't see power projection doing anything related to damage. Have to wait for this to end, and now let's go next to the enemies.
You are wounded.
You see, it didn't do any damage. It didn't do anything damage related. So another broken item. I'm gonna make a note in my notepad. Power projection plus. Actually, let's do something better. Let's go on note. Let's go on note and see if anyone has already reported this. Okay, so no one has reported it. I think that's enough information, but let's give more.
Your pet has arrived.
Should I send Control D? Let's send it. I don't think it matters, but let's send it. Okay. So yeah, that is, by the way, if you don't know how to, that's how you report bugs. So yeah, you can do that here on Note. And hey Matt, you can enchant only blue items. No, you can enchant legendary items as well. If they have a socket, you can enchant them. Green items can also have sockets as well. They nerfed it. Long ago we used to have 3 sockets on any item that is green, blue or legendary. Now they've made it 3 sockets to only drop on green, 2 sockets on blue, and 1 socket only to be the limit on legendary. Because I guess triple socketed legendaries might have been too overpowered. I do remember the time when I had that triple socketed legendary focus item I used to love using back in the day. That was my only triple socketed legendary item I have found, and I think they pretty much nerfed it in a week or 2 after introducing the enchanting system and realizing that triple socketed legendaries might be a bit too much. But double socketed legendaries seemed to have been pretty nice. And for a very long time double socketed legendaries was a thing. Now it seems like they've further nerfed it. I guess they want legendary items to not feel legendary that much. To be able to have alternative options to legendary items under the shape of some blue items. And there's only two cases where I would consider using a blue item instead of legendary. One case would be blue chest and leg armor, because they can give you flat and percent damage, not just crit damage like the legendaries. And the other case would be weapons and offhands, if I want more enchant slots. Because right now with the current system, how you get super badly rolled legendaries, like two rows, really? 2 rows, only 2 affixes on a legendary. This seems like a bug to me. Hopefully it's a bug. I have upvoted it. Someone on Note reported or made a ticket about legendary items dropping with 2 and 3 affixes. I'm not sure whether this is intended or not, but it seems wrong to get a legendary and then feel like it's not even worth replacing a blue item with that legendary. And I don't hope, I mean, epic purple or whatever you wanna call it, unique items, maybe. It could be good, but what would make the unique items different than legendaries? It's just gonna be more power creep if they make something that's super strong. If they add uniques, I would want them to limit to 1 or 2 unique items per build. Like to not be able to equip more than 1 or 2. The same way Diablo 4. Diablo 4 is gonna make ancient items be a 1 item only. You would not be able to equip more than 1 ancient item. Epic items can be wife bound. Oh god no, please no. Please no. Spending hundreds of hours just to find that one item and then it being wife bound and you lose it after 1 minute after you die. Please no. That would be the worst. Farming for like hundreds and hundreds of hours just to get that one item and then you lose it 1 minute afterwards. Live a little. Let's leave the living for the real wife. Yeah. I mean, I would love for them to do uniques, but just limit it to 1 unique per hero equipped. Or 2. Okay, two might be fine, but 1 probably seems like the best choice. Because it might be like some super duper unique overpowered item and more than 1 might be too much. But yeah, there's ways to make unique items work in the game the same way they had it in Torchlight, but not in exactly the same way they had it there. If that makes any sense. But yeah, I love how Diablo 4 has decided to limit ancient items to just 1. So it's balanced that way. Deciding if you want stronger items or legendary affixes. Right now you actually can do this with blue items because they've nerfed the legendary items to oblivion. in some way you can get more stats from certain blue items when you get more affixes. I mean, how is it even possible to get a legendary item with less affixes than a blue item? Like I think the other day I had a blue item with 3 affixes or something like that, and then I compared it with a legendary with 2 affixes. Look at that, legendary with 2 affixes, and then this this blue item with 2 affixes. Of course they're different levels, and yeah, but this one can give you 1 more affix under the shape of a socket if it has 2 sockets, and this has 1 socket. So you're kind of deciding, do I want 1 more extra socket or do I want a legendary affix? Of course, in most cases the legendary affix would be better, except chest and leg armor probably. That's the only things I could consider as an exception. But yeah, I think they still need to figure out some rebalancing for the item system. It's like it's weird. Do they want blue items to be stronger than legendary? Do they want blue items to be just as strong as a legendary? Or do they want a legendary to be the best gear in the game? As it sounds like Like, I hear legendary, I imagine something good and strong. Then I find something with 2 affixes, and I'm like, oh no, not another one of those. That barely is worth equipping over a blue item. Because if they want blue and legendary items to be equal in strength, then they should be equal in drop rates. And then they might just as well remove the legendary and make it just blue items with legendary affixes. So that it's clear that it's the same grade of strength. Because yeah, when I hear legendary, I imagine the best, strongest items in the game, and I expect them to be stronger and overpowered compared to anything else I can equip. And I expect to have a build only with legendaries, because it's the best items in the game. I mean, it has to be the thing I'm chasing. And there's some people who want blue items to be just as strong, which I also understand, because if you look at Grim Dawn, you have some blue items that that people prefer compared to some yellow items, to not yellow but purple items, to some legendaries. And the thing is, they prefer them because those items have special abilities or affixes that the legendaries don't have. So if they make a special set of affixes for blue items, then okay, then we can see some sort of mixing up of builds between blue and legendary items. But I think it's still better if they just focus on the legendaries and just give us more legendaries, and the blue items being just a stepping stone that you use until you replace it with a legendary. And yeah, if they add uniques or whatever you want to call it, it would be nice to have just a limit to how many one can equip. But see, in Grim Dawn you even have people hunting for green items, for more monster infrequent affixes. Monster infrequents that only can drop on green items. But in games like Grim Dawn this makes sense. The way the game is made, it makes sense to have those green and blue items in your build. In this game it just it doesn't seem to be designed in such a way for now to make much sense equipping anything other than legendary and maybe blue. And I like knowing that there's the one best item for a specific build, the best in SWAT item. I love having that and knowing I can just start and focus my farming for that item until I get it. Although focusing the farming right now is kind of not a thing. You can't do stage 50 of the Fazier's dungeon and keep focus farming until you get unstable war arm, and then move to stage 60 where you can farm King's Hatch, and then move to stage 55 where you can farm the gauntlets and things like that. You don't have something like this in the game right now, where a certain item has a slightly higher chance of dropping versus the other ones in a certain stage of the Fazier. So right now there is no real focus farming in the game other than gambling. Okay, 1 level and 10% roughly left. 1 level and maybe 15%. We're getting there. And this one would be 60, and I can open up my gear bundles. And hopefully with the gear bundles I can get something nice and shiny for level 60. An unbelievable Matt says, I have everything in Cosmic instead of the boots. Yeah, that's how it was for me for a long time. Until I found those today. So you can just start gambling. Matt, start gambling for boots. Collect 10,000, 15 or 20,000 gold and start gambling for boots. If you want to collect gold, you can actually even sell resources. You can sell the resource bundles from the contracts, and you can sell maps. You can sell the blue map bundles and the yellow map bundles if you really have plenty of maps and you don't need them. But I would say collect like 10,000 gold coins, and once you collect 10,000 gold coins, collect some rewards from the contracts and sell those. Like the fort bundle and the gear bundles. Actually, the gear bundles you shouldn't sell. The gear bundles are better off if you wood them and then sell them if they're bad. The blue gear bundle. If you don't need materials, that is, if you don't need enchanting materials. And legendary gear bundles is amazing way to get missing pieces of equipment.
Level up.
Right, 59. I'm gonna switch after hitting level 60 on this hero. I'm gonna switch to another one. But yeah, it's weird how I find a specific legendary item and then I test it and then I found out it's broken and then I check the node forums or the node app or whatever it's called, the node website, and then there's nothing about this being broken, no one else reporting this. It happened to that item I reported the other day. Which one was it? Can't remember. I reported something the other day that was broken. And it happened to the bird's eye view. What was I testing the other day that didn't work? I mean, I reported the wingspan being broken with the cooldown. Still working, just longer cooldown. And then what did I report? I can't remember. Was it a cannon that didn't work? Let me check. Was it a pistol? Pretty sure I reported something the other day. Let's try and remember what I reported. I think it was something for the Realm Master that was broken, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it was the mage one, the mage item, the one for energy spike, the Ebon Grasp. Yeah, the Ebon Grasp was broken. Now I found the bird's eye is broken. So far I found 3 items that either don't work at all or work wrongly. So what should I put here instead of the bird's eye? I was using the skittering hatch before, but I'm not that big of a fan of it right now. I guess I don't have much more choice. There definitely isn't much choice. I wish I had the arc powered legs. I would use those if I have them, arc powered legs. Wait, what does this give me? Immunity. For now, this is probably the only thing I can equip for a little bit of extra damage. And then there's power projection not healing right now, which has been reported. I guess with those items most people just don't have the items, that's why they're not reported. The Ebon Grasp for energy spike and the bird's eye for power projection and the wingspan rifle. we close? I think we're close to the boss. If I do the map quicker, that means I can start the next map quicker, and which means I can get more fame and XP from the next map's chest.
That spell cannot be cast.
And hello Freestyle. I do feel well, pretty well actually.
You can't cast.
How are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Excited about testing the end game, I hope. Once the patch lands in a few hours, in a couple of hours or so.
Life support systems repaired.
Oh, and another sub from Freestyle. Thank you very much for the sub, dude. Really appreciate it. Right in the fields is where this struck. Right in the fields struck up. So thank you very much again, Freestyle. And you're playing Torchlight 2, and you're saying it's good and you like it. I'm happy to hear that you like Torchlight 2. Definitely good thing that they made it free for a limited time on the Epic store. And to those of you who don't know, Torchlight 2 was free. I'm not sure whether it still is, but it was free in the weekend on the Epic store for a limited time. It might not be free anymore, but if it still is free, you might get it for without paying a thing on the Epic store. That is without mods. So if you want the mod experience, you would still have to go on Steam. But the game by itself, if you've never played it as a basic, as the vanilla version, it's amazing. If you've never played Torchlight 2. And a free game is a free game. Let's see here. So I'm wondering if Torchlight 2 being free on the Epic Store affected Torchlight 3 in a way by kind of making people want to play the third game of the series. I'm assuming eventually when the game launches, they might move it, not move it, but have a version of Torchlight 3 on the Epic Store as well. For now it's on Steam only, but it's probably not out of the question for them to release it on the Epic Store as well, without the mod support. But if it's online plus offline, probably the online mode might only be for Steam, unless they have some partnership with Epic to bring the online there. But it seems like yeah, the Torchlight series is partnering up with the Epic Store, because a few weeks ago or months ago or whenever it was Torchlight 1 for free. Then now they made Torchlight 2 for free. So they're promoting the franchise there. And to those of you who don't know, you can play Torchlight 2 on Switch as well. If you want a good hack and slash ARPG on the Switch platform, I think Torchlight 2 is probably your best choice. It's nice. It's definitely nice to have some hack and slash experience on the go that you can just boot up and do some farming. I think that would be a good synergy here, to ignite the enemies, to burn them instead of the skittering hatch. Oh, I've already got those equipped? Blimey. Then back to that one. Oh, and I need respectacles. I need to kind of rework the build a little. I'm gonna respec some more later. Let me see if I've got some more respectacles here. Okay. I've got 3 points available right now. See, this build would be very good with the relic update, because I really don't need to spend that many points. This one was completely optional, and unless you're using the relic active skill, which I am, but I'm not relying that much on it for damage. You don't really need it that much, but it's nice to have it. This one I would be fine with just the tier 1 bonus. Of course the 2 and 3 are not bad to have. Do I need to max this one out? Not really. So just for the cooldown, but if you're using the hatch to auto cast Sonic Pulse, it can just make room for some more stuff on the relic department. So right now those 3 points are kind of spare. Where I would put them, I'm just probably gonna reduce the cooldown of this. So this build is definitely one that can get stronger with the relic update, because I've got some spare skill points. I've got a lot of skill points I can remove from certain skills and put them into the relics. So 60 points would be for now the limit of skill points, even once the relics become a skill tree. Builds that right now are barely getting every skill they want with 60 points would have to make some very tough choices. They would have to sacrifice things one might not want to sacrifice to get certain effects, active or passive effects. Let's open up a map. That's probably the final map before this guy is 60. Once this guy is 60, I can open up some legendary gear bundles, do some gambling, and maybe move on to another hero. If you want to see specific heroes and builds, let me know. If I've got them or if I can respec them, I can switch to a hero and yeah, show you that build and that kind of playstyle. And Wasting Time's back. Welcome back, Wasting Time. You played some Hero Siege today. New update is live. Oh wow.
You have died.
I really need high level items to survive stuff. Well, I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. I've said it multiple times that Hero Siege is just probably not my kind of game, even though I've played it. I just think it's just an endless power creep. That's all it is. Endless power creep is just not fun for me. I like having a limit. But Hero Siege is nice if you don't want to be pushing further and further. If you just want to experiment with builds, it's a fun game because there's some fun build variety one can get in the game. A lot of different heroes to experiment with, a lot of abilities to invest in. So if you don't want to be pushing further and further and getting stronger and stronger items, it's great. If you wanna be pushing further and further and reach the end, well, that's a game without an end. So, if that tells you anything about it. But it is fun. For what it is a good game. For the people who like that type of playstyle. So, did I finish the quest? There we go, quest finished. Still not 60, but by the end of this map maybe we will be 60. I'm gonna try and kill everything.
You can't carry anymore.
Potions are full. Interesting. What about now? Freestyle saying, I tried to play an electric mage in Torchlight 2, just the beginning, you're level 18. Are you playing on Steam or on the Epic Store? Where are you playing Torchlight 2? And are you playing with mods if you're on Steam or without them? If someone's interested, I can try and stream some Torchlight 2 sometime, and maybe make it like one day of the week. I can try and do some Torchlight 2 with viewers. My channel is not big enough to make sub-only games, so I team up with all of my viewers that come when I'm teaming up with them. But I would love to do sometimes some Torchlight 2, just as a change of pace. Although my Torchlight 2 is modded right now. My Torchlight 2 is modded, so not sure if I can just disable the mod temporarily, but not uninstall it. I forgot how it worked, how this whole thing worked. I've got the Dracus mod pack on my Steam Torchlight 2. Dracus mod pack, which includes the Synergies mod and a bunch of other mods with so many interesting heroes. Since I'm only using my cannon as a stat stick, actually not even as a stat stick. For certain things it's a stat stick, but yeah. My cannon is just a legendary effect stick, maybe, let's call it like that. Because I'm not using cannon damage. I'm just gonna keep this one, because did you see on this cannon what I've got? I've got 62.4% relic cooldown. That's the only thing that matters to me on this setup. Because the crit damage, the chance to bleed, all of that on this cannon is not gonna happen unless I use cannon skills, and with this build I use 0 cannon skills. Only power projection, only sonic pulse, but sonic pulse doesn't do damage. And I don't think sonic pulse can trigger bleeding. Can it? Can it trigger bleeding? It triggered burning, but was that the pet or me triggering the burning is the question. Wait, look at the map, look at the mini-map. I'm gonna print screen this. Just give me a moment, I need to take a screenshot of this. Okay, let's save it in Torchlight Early Access, books, map glitch. Let's take the Control and D and just saving the information so I can report it later. And we're level 60 already, we can finish the map now. Let's go finish the map, level 60. I can do some legendary gear bundle opening. The big M is saying patch in a few hours. Patch is probably in 1 or 2 hours right now. Earliest, that's earliest. I mean, keep in mind the developers are from San Francisco, so it's still early in the morning for them there. It's 8 in the evening here, so it's 10 in the morning there. If it's 20 here, it's 10 there, because I'm 10 hours ahead with my time zone. So 10 in the morning is pretty reasonable. I'm paying attention to the announcements. But yeah, I'm expecting them to patch this at 11, 12, maybe even 1. Pacific time. And this is an infinite loading screen. Hopefully this actually gets fixed with this patch. I'm gonna have to Alt and F4 and restart the game. Okay, what hero do you want to see me play now? We got the Forge to level 60. The Spin to Win Forged. I've got a bunch of other builds, other heroes that we can do. Anything specific you might wanna see? See, this is my no train build. This is my train and basic attacks. This is my summoner mage. This is my scatter shot sharpshooter. This is my piercing light kind of AoE mage build with the absolver and energy spikes. This used to be a cannon damage build. Cannon damage based build with shotgun blast and fracking strike. And this is the one I was playing. The patch for August will be the relic update. This would be the patch for August with the wipe. The wipe patch is the relics patch. All right, let's play this one maybe a little. Just checking what skills I'm using right now. What items am I using? Okay, that kind of explains things.
That spell cannot be cast.
You look ill. Can I offer you a drink? Oh, I'll be seeing you soon.
Any map works? I've got a lot of electric ones. Might have to clear those. But yeah, they're trying to be quick with certain patches, and they're giving those patches as an early preview for the test realm, and people can test them, get the bugs found, suggest some rebalancing and things like that. So the test realm already had some early access on the early access with the Fazir's dungeon. So that hopefully gave them some stuff that they can improve, some ideas of how to improve the mode. And yeah, the Fazir's dungeon is coming today. Not the relic rework though. The relic rework would need a couple more weeks. So this is my Electrode Summoner setup. This does not exist on my website or on my YouTube channel. If you want the build, of course, I can give you kind of the details of how to set it up. So I'm relying on my summons, not for damage, but to proc the damage from the Electrode. That's how this build works. It works with Sharpshooter as well. Sharpshooter Summoner build with the Electrode also works pretty nicely to melt things. Come on.
You have lost your life.
Pretty sure I pressed spacebar there. Where was I? Oh, I missed something here. Never mind, I've actually done the quest. Sometimes it's so hard to tell where the lightning fields are on the ground. Playing a build like this, you've got this being purple on the ground, then you've got this being purple on the ground, and it's covering the purple from the Stormbringer fields as well sometimes. And then Dark Spears is also purple on the ground. It would be nice if they changed the shock bolts and the whitenings to be blue and blue on the ground, although the purple would still cover it. It's still gonna be a problem. So maybe just make it red on the ground or something that that takes priority over your own effects. Do you know if they're implementing a character wipe before dungeon? Not before the dungeon. So you're safe. Today you're safe. After 2 weeks you're not gonna be safe. They don't need to wipe for the dungeon, because it's not as major change as making you select your relic when you make the hero, which would be the change in 2 weeks. So it's not like a entirely new system rework where you have the relic subclass instead of the relic being an item you level up. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. The Relic Mastery subclass, or whatever you wanna call it, it's gonna be a nice way of adding variety to builds. So for now, everyone's safe. But again, don't try too hard. Just have some fun with the Fuzzier before the Relic update, and when the Relic update hits, you can go on 100% and just start grinding to the max, knowing that the next planned wipe after that would be at the end of the early access, unless they really need to rework something majorly again. But that's entirely up to the players. I mean, the players wanted a major change in how skills are. They wanted more variety, and yeah, they gave that to us. I'm happy. I'm so happy with how they're handling it. I just really hope they increase the character slots to 20 from 10. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to delete heroes. I'm gonna have to delete 10 heroes and make new ones so I can test new relics.
You are overloaded.
Yeah, I'm alcoholic. I like to use the word autist with L, not U. It could sound a little weird, so alcoholic maybe seems like a better word. It would remove that confusion. So yeah. It's pretty fun to play with outs, and that's gonna be a lot of content. That's gonna be a lot of streaming of me making builds. That's gonna be a lot of videos for my YouTube channel. A lot of things to post on my website as well. Oops, come on. And time for the boss fight soon. Oh, I forgot to check what legendary items I'm using on this guy. Or is this the female? Oh, that's the gal. The guy is the other mage. Let me check quickly what legendaries I've equipped on the legendarium slots. Panoptifist, Bonebroker, Shoulders, okay. Fair enough. Oh, now he's gonna come out of there.
their death.
Another one. Yeah, the Fazir is getting closer and closer to the wife server, and thankfully I'm not disconnecting, at least I haven't disconnected a single time on this server, as much as I did in the test realm. Like in the test realm I loved playing there, but all those disconnects were kind of so much and so often. And this one, even with electrode builds, seems pretty stable. Still rubber banding, but at least not disconnecting me. We'll see how it's gonna be after the patch. If they really are fixing the rubber banding with this patch, it's gonna be amazing. We can do some Fazir together even with some of you if you want to. Right, we're here now. See, I like being able to shoot in this zone, but on the test realm we can't, so that's probably coming with this patch as well. Not being able to shoot in this zone until we teleport down here. Guess it's to prevent people from doing some exploits, where they would kill the bosses from up there. Makes sense to be for that reason why they disabled the skills in those pre-boss hallways, or whatever you want to call it. What's here? Ice damage gearwork. Digit's basic attacks, shocks. By the way, did they already fix the level 5 item drops bug? Oh no. Just got it. Level 7, 6 and 5 items. So this is probably also getting fixed. Probably with today's patch. Oh, and the new pet would be coming here. If you haven't seen it, it's like a flying fairy. People call it a flying cow. It doesn't look that much like a cow. Instead, maybe the face a little and the horns. It definitely doesn't have the cow tits on it. But yeah.
See you next time.
Let's see. I need to try and get rid of some pets to prepare so I can open pet cages. I wish pressing escape would not put the pet in my shelter. When you open a pet cage and you press escape, it doesn't release the pet, but it actually puts it back to your shelter. And that's how you can, without realizing, end up filling up your pet shelter, thinking you've been cancelling. Trying to delete repeating ones. All the repeating ones, we're trying to get rid of them. Actually, maybe this one was used by someone, so let's just this one. Trying to remember which ones I've seen above and which ones I haven't. And Jake Huang, the update is soon. Maybe 1 hour, maybe 2 hours from now, but it is soon. So expect it within the next 1 or 2 hours, maybe 3, depends. Because right now it's 10:30 in the morning, where the developers are from. So they're probably doing some final testing or final changes, preparations before patching. Let's switch builds. What build you wanna see? Any preferences? What build to show you? The update is the end game, the Fazier's dungeon. The Fazier's dungeon is what is gonna be happening, what we will be seeing soon. Should we go on this guy? I've not played that guy for a while. So we're gonna be getting a new pet, we're gonna be getting the new endgame mode, we're gonna be getting some quality of life changes, I guess. We're gonna be getting this thing, the relic activation. Will be transitioning into a skill bar SWAT, where you would be able to bind the relic activation, but you would also be able to bind something else. Then we're gonna be getting some changes to the rubber banding, hopefully, and fixes to it. So that's one of the things that they're promising. We'll be getting the rubber banding fixes. And there's a bunch of other things that are coming with this update. We'll see when they release the full patch notes, we would know. I'm gonna go over the patch notes while the game is updating when they post the patch, and we can just look at them and discuss them while I'm updating.
You can't do that.
But until then, we're just playing and waiting for the update. Let's do some maps in the meantime. By the way, I don't think I answered back then when Matt asked whether I like more Torchlight 2 or Torchlight 3. There are certain things in Torchlight 3 I like better than Torchlight 2, honestly, but there's things in Torchlight 2 I like better than 3. For example, the pet system in Torchlight 2 seemed a little bit more complete, and I really loved that part where I can transform my pets with fish. But I didn't like the fishing as an activity. I liked the effects that I could give my pets with the fish itself. This was the thing I really liked. But for example, enchanting was so hard in Torchlight 2. It was super hard. It was like, is it gonna work? Is it not gonna work? I like the fact where I could get certain items stronger by completing certain things, like killing certain type of enemy a few times or something like that. Oh, did the patch happen? Did the patch happen? What is the code relics? What do you mean the code relics I recommend? What do you mean by the code relics I recommend? Oh, I think they're patching now. I think they actually patched now. Let me quickly check in the Discord. New mentions. I'm not seeing anything. Um, so not sure what's happening here, but I'm wondering if the server is getting patched now, and that's why this is happening. Let me try and log in again, but no one's saying anything yet on announcements or social feed. So I'm not sure exactly what could be happening there. Did it vote? Let's see. I was just checking in the Discord. I voted up. So the patch probably still not yet. Maybe just some hiccups or something. Just checking on the Discord channel whether something might have changed. Alright, let's try and vote into a map again. Hopefully it works this time. Okay. I guess there's no info still on Discord. I mean, I would see a notification when they post the chat notes, the patch notes. I would see a notification on my Steam. It always gives me some notifications on the corner. So let's play a little bit of Slam Master J. A little bit of hammer time. But yeah, I still don't know what Jake Huang meant about what's the code relics you recommend. You mean what skills I recommend for the code relic, or what exactly do you mean? Because it depends on the build, it depends whether you're using Frost Blast or not. I mean, when I use the Frost relic, I always kind of use the Frost Blast, at least for now.
Your struggles are over.
Okay, back to the entrance. Should I use the relic skill? Let's use it. Just for fun.
You can carry an
Oh, cosmic boots. That would be great. Maybe, or maybe that's arc powered. That's not cosmic. That seems like the arc powered model on the ground. Let's see. Oh, it's cosmic. Never mind. Well, that's good. My other Realm Master might like it more than what he was wearing. Chance to swow. That's a pretty good one. That's actually a very good weapon. I'm gonna make it stronger and use it. The chance to swow by itself is such a good damage boost for me for that build. Boom. Slam. Let's go finish the map. He's gonna run with this thing. So what builds are you folks excited knowing that the relics are getting reworked? What builds are you gonna be excited to experiment with and to try? Like what combination of Quasp was relic are you looking forward to the most? I can tell you the Bane Summoner builds on every hero is something that I'm super excited about, just cause I love my minion builds. So minion damage stacking builds with the Bane on every single hero would be something I really wanna try. But I also wanna try electrode related builds on every single hero, and I also wanna try a build with just relic skills. That's one of the builds I really wanna try. Probably one of the first things I can try would be that. I think the first thing I'm gonna try would be sharpshooter minion build with the Bane, and the next thing probably would be something with just relic skills. But if I go for just relic skills, I'm not sure who to take. What hero to take. Dusk Mage won't fit, because with Dusk Mage you won't get that extra damage unless you build the buff bars. With Realm Master, unless I have things like this to give me tier 2 bonus as a passive, and maybe use this, and maybe use this, it won't work. So Hammer Spin would be needed to get myself that damage reduction. Even if I just rely only on Hammer Spin, if I do go Realm Master, a relic only build probably still doesn't seem very viable, very fun to do. On Forged, on the other hand, it might be interesting, because Forged has the most pardon me, I need a drink. Forge has 2 times 20% relic skill damage, and that probably would remain. There probably would be 2 skills that the Forge can boost. By the way, let's enchant while I'm talking. There's gonna be not 2 but 1 skill that the Forge can boost 2 times. So that's gonna be interesting to test. Definitely something to look forward to. So I'm getting more crit chance with this item. I'm getting less crit damage with this item. But yeah, more flat damage. I'm not gonna get that shockwave, which I guess I can live without. What's this? Relic cooldown. Chance to poison. Oh, and the cosmic boots, I need to put those in somewhere. Let's put them here maybe. Here maybe. Come on, don't tell me there isn't a slot for boots. How is this even possible? $29. Fuck this level 29. We're putting the level 60 here. Okay, let's try this new rifle now. Chance to slow should be pretty solid.
Your pet has arrived.
And then I'm gonna switch to a different hero. I'm gonna out and tap quickly to the Discord, see if there's oh, well, it loaded me next to enemies. Why I don't have a wardrobe? I'm level 60. Well, you have to craft it. You have to craft the wardrobe yourself. I mean, you won't be able to use it unless you craft it from the fort menu, and you might need some resources to craft it as well.
Can't do that. You can't cast that here.
Come on, come on. Hit. I forgot how fun it was to play this build. Not played it in a long time. I really haven't played this in a long time. This skill, by the way, a little sneak peek, this would not freeze. This would only chill. And the freezing we should be able to get with an upgrade. I hope I'm not spoiling too much. And it's within the reasonable amount of spoiling and teasing that I just revealed. But yeah, with the rework of this skill, with the relic update, you would not get the freeze at level 1. You would have to spend some points to get the freeze. And that's good, that's a good balance. It might be a little bit overpowered if you get the freeze at level 1. But the point is you're still gonna be able to have it. So yeah, that extra freeze, it's still gonna be there. But I love this relic for this build, it's just so great.
Life support systems.
Iggy 163p tipped 420, my man, 420 tip. Thank you very much. And yeah, if you have some questions about builds, feel free to ask. He says keep the good work, like your hero build. If you like this hero build, Again, keep in mind it's changing with the next update, with the relics update. Not the one today, but the one in 2 weeks. And yeah, just feel free to ask questions regarding any of the builds you see me playing. I will be switching between all the builds today. And some of them might not be on my website in its current shape or form. So keep that in mind. But yeah, right in the fields, that's where you struck. So another pair of cosmic gauntlets, which I normally use on my other build with the train, which I'm gonna switch to eventually later today again. The basic attack train build. So yeah, if you wanna copy this build, I can show you the skills in a moment. This is the spike driver, just reworked to use this relic. It's the spike driver 2.0 from my website with builds, struckquap.xyz. That's where you can find my builds, and also on my YouTube channel. Builds, there we go. That's the link. So in that website, Spike Driver 2.0 is what I'm playing right now. Maybe slightly different from the website. Definitely the relic is different than what's on the video. Unless I did make this after the changes. I can't remember when I made the first version of the build. But I think the first version of the build was with Bane, and then I switched it to this one after the Bane rework. But this works so funly, so amazingly fun with that relic. I'm gonna have to make some sacrifices though. When they rework the relics, I'm gonna have to remove points. So those 2 points here are spare 2 points. Spare 2 points I can get, and if that's a big if I use Cosmic Helmet and Cosmic Chest, and I would need to. With the relic update, I would need to get as much skill points as I can. I would sacrifice some damage, then I would be able to get 2, 4, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 2. That's 12 points. And if I don't put any points into this one, that's another 4 points. So that's 16 points. 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 points I can save up for relics with this build. The thing is, how many skill bar slots are we gonna have? We're gonna have this one as a skill bar slot here, and probably one more. Or 2 more. Because right now I really don't want to get rid of Spike Drive. I don't want to get rid of the Dynamite. I can get rid of Lantern Flash. It's not needed to be on my skill bar. It can stay as a passive only thing. If I want to use more relic skills, relic powers. So let's load up. Just a moment. Okay. Boss time.
You can't cast that.
kind of wanted to mess around with the enemy and not kill it immediately. Just to check some stuff. And Vidinov says, or Vidinov, show a build skills. You want me to show you the build skills? Sure. Let me show them now. So the skills. This is maxed out. This is maxed out. This is maxed out. This is maxed out. 6 points here, 6 points here, and 6 points here. This is ignore this. This is just leftover 2 points. And again, you can get more points if you use this helmet and if you use the chest, the cosmic chest. If you use the cosmic chest, you can save 12 points by removing 2 points from each of those. So removing those 12 points would mean you can put 4 points here for the endurance recharge rate bonus, and still have another how many points would that be? 8 points. And get 2 points here for cooldown for Realm Master skills. So that leaves you with 6 points. And yeah, there's nothing more that would be worth investing into. So you're still gonna have 6 points left that you can just put wherever you want. Right now, this build, the way I've set up the skill points, I'm not relying on this. So even after I remove this helmet, I still have 6 points here. And those 2 points, as I said, is kind of unnecessary. Okay. Let's equip that helmet again. So yeah, hopefully this is clear. For the relic, maxing out the cooldown and the damage here. And then I've also maxed out this one, and I've also maxed out this one for crit chance. You might want to experiment. I mean, you might want to spend some points here or here. But yeah, I think I like playing it that way. I'm gonna do another map and then switch heroes, because it seems that like you like that build, so I want to show you more of that in action. No worries, no worries. I'm glad when I get questions and people want to know more about what I'm running, what I'm playing. So I'm gonna quickly theory. I'm gonna open up a screenshot. You're not gonna be able to see the screenshot, but it's gonna be a screenshot of some of the skills to come with this, with the relic rework, and I'm gonna try and quickly figure out some ways how this build can be reworked with the 20 points I kind of theorized. So you're probably gonna wanna get bonus damage to ice. Bonus ice damage, and try and use a weapon that gives you ice damage. But if you don't get that, that's still fine. You probably might want to go for maximum HP, although do you really need the maximum HP? Probably not. But you're gonna want some skills. You're gonna want some skills. I wouldn't invest into the golem. So that's gonna be one of the skills I won't invest into. But there is one amazing skill which, as I've given you the tease once, and the tease is, look at me, I'm the frozen orb now. I'm not gonna reveal what the skill does, just this thing. Look at me, I'm the frozen orb now. This would be something I will be using on this build. This together with the big relic activation, together with the relic attack, that means 3 skills, 3 relic skills I would have in my bar. So yeah, and there's a passive, there's a nice passive that I would probably invest into. There's a passive, defensive passive, where you would take no damage. And let's go and update. Let's go and update. While we're updating, while I'm updating the game, I'm actually gonna exit my Steam quickly to make sure I've gotten the update there. We can read the patch notes while I'm updating. So let's see. Announcements maybe. Let's check. And the game is restarting and updating. In the meantime, I'm gonna share my Firefox. Okay, nice. Kind of have to save that image. There we go. Let's read the patch notes while the game is updating. I'm already almost updated. So, items and gear. Fixed a small chance of scrolls fun binding. Let's kind of skip the items and gear for now. I wanna go for the more important stuff, which would be rubber banding and stuff like that, and quas balances. Then we can go to items. Remove superfluous rounding numbers from the fighter spirit buff. I'm wondering what that would mean. Fixed an issue where head and hair customizations were not appearing correctly for other players. Okay, Realm Master. Removing the train while the shield car was active could result in it having permanent uptime. Disabled around missile blocking sphere on the shield car for Realm Master. Okay. Realm Master's flamethrower car, shotgun car, mortar cow now have car, not cow, mortar cow. I would like to see this. A cow that uses mortar. So those cars now have much more impactful endurance bonus effects. Try them out. Okay, will do. Will do. I'm gonna do it very soon. Fixed issue where Realm Master Slammer skills displays the lineage tag. Okay. Realm Master Spike Drive displaying charge rate into cooldown. Okay, this one. Yeah, I saw that one. And the game's updated. I'm launching now. We can keep reading the notes. Dusk Mage fixed the first few levels of Energy Spike, failing to cast the skill. Okay. Fixed an issue with entropy where the primary missile was moving too slow and the milestone missile was moving super fast. I've noticed this, and the milestone missile moving super fast. This was the reverse of the design intent as the milestone indicated. Furthermore, in both overall speed of the base missile and the milestone missile. Okay, nice. Made some improvements to sharpshooter skill procs. Okay, let's see what that means. Does it mean the sharpshooter buff, the adventure buffs? Change the description for sharpshooter ghost visage to say it's interrupted by attacking. Okay. Fix it so Shasta summon can be resummoned after the player dies. Okay. What about the rubber banding? I don't see any information about rubber banding. Oh, there's gonna be part 2. There's gonna be part 2. I'm gonna wait for part 2, I guess. And okay, let's remove this for a moment. I need a login on my account on Steam, I guess, on the browser. Should we play with this build? I was on that build until now, so we can probably play it. And part 2 is here as well. So this is part 2
You have received
now.
a quest.
Part 2. No, wait. Where's part 1? That's part 1. I love this little animation, little effect here though. We've included a fix that should improve the rubber banding whack. Alright, let me include this so you can see it. Let's quickly read it. So this is it. Included a hotfix for the fix for the rubber banding. While this might not be a complete resolution so far, this has been an improvement for many players playing on the public test realm. We're still interested in specific circumstances, party play, specific level, skills effects if players see rubber banding in future. The 4K, okay. Boss not spawning. Phase beast portals failed to log in, okay. Fix various cases where we think players have been teleported, okay. Okay, so there's interesting things, and there's the new pet. The new pet. 3 glitter sprite pets. I found 2 of them in the test realm. Fazir's dungeon. We're gonna be doing that right now. General changes. Okay, user interface changes. I'm not gonna go through all of it, just quickly checking. Just quickly checking some of the stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Two patch notes. So enough of this. I say enough of me reading this in the Firefox. Let's see what's happening here. I got disconnected though. Is that because I was AFK for too long or what? But the server wipe is not today. The server wipe is not today, and I'm gonna link those patch notes for all of you. So patch notes number 1, and then patch notes number 2. But yeah, no server wipe. No server wipe. The server wipe is in 2 weeks. So will the servers die again? Will the servers get overloaded? How many times am I gonna disconnect? Let's find next time on Dragon Ball. I can't even go to my fort. Oh boy, not again, not again. So let me quickly check the concurrent players. From 427 concurrent players, how many are we gonna get? I'm gonna F5. We're still at 400 and something concurrent players, but that's probably slightly slightly outdated info, probably. We'll see. So yeah, not being able to reach your fort seems like a great thing.
You can't cast that here.
I'm assuming there's probably having a little hiccup bringing the servers up. Travel issues will be fixed in just a few minutes, folks. Okay. I think that was her name. I hope I didn't mistake her name. So yeah, Extra Godfly is I think in charge of the QA. So yeah, she said servers are getting like this is gonna be fixed soon. Let's just give it some time. Let's wait a little. I mean,
I'll be seeing you soon.
we can probably collect some rewards in the meantime. Collect some rewards, do some selling.
Potions for your little friend. See you next time.
Kind of seemed like something was happening there.
I've got those. Oh, is that all?
While we wait, we might as well just open some bundles. Do you want to read more of the patch notes on screen while we're waiting for the servers to be brought to a more stable state?
Potions for you, potions for your little friend. See you next time.
People in chat sometimes. Let me check on Discord what they're saying. Oh, I love this art. Just a second. I'm gonna show you. There's a new art in the Discord server. I love this art. It's amazing. Whoever drew this, good job. Okay, we gotta wait a little. And here we are in my fort. MK20GR, thank you for the follow, welcome to the Struck Club. So folks, now I'm gonna need to place my Fazir's dungeon. And I need to find a way. Let's just put it here. I say let's put it here. That's a good place for now. Let's go. If someone wants to play with me, let me know. We can play together. I'm gonna go for this one for now. As for Unbelievable Matt, when is the plan to play Torchlight 2? I have no idea when exactly I'm gonna do Torchlight 2, because I just need to figure out how busy I will be with Torchlight 3 and Wosen, because Wosen is gonna have a new patch. I wanna see later, I think on the 31st of July, on Friday, is probably when Wosen's patch would be. I wanna go back to Wosen and see if it's still Omega Wosen or not. I wanna see whether it's gonna be enough to make me go back into the game with the second down update. So this first level would be boring. The first few levels would be boring because the Fazir's dungeon starts at level 46 enemies. As you go further and further, they become stronger until 60. After level 60, they keep becoming stronger, just not their level. They just keep getting extra HP and extra other things like damage. And more map affixes eventually. Let's find spiders. Let's just kill spiders only. If you're wondering why I'm so zoomed in, this is the map type. The map type is extreme close-up. Extreme close-up means zoomed in. I can't zoom out more on this map. It's just the challenge. Some weird nice challenge where you're zoomed in. I love doing it. I intentionally selected this. I could have selected another one. But I wanted for you guys to see this challenge. If you've not seen it before, if you've not seen me play on the test realm. There should be some more spiders here. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be doing an overview of the patch, what things changed, what are the major and more noticeable changes of this patch. I would be going over the patch notes tomorrow. For today, let's enjoy this this patch. Let's play some Fazir's Dungeon. Fighting Spirit still is 70%, so not sure exactly what was the bug with it. There was supposedly some bug with Fighter Spirit. Something about rounding up numbers or something like this. Actually, why am I killing the champions? I need to kill spiders. I'm gonna be trying to do this quickly. And I'm gonna be switching builds. I'm not gonna play on just single build and single hero. You wanna see a summoner mage? I can do it. You wanna see a sharpshooter with scatter shot? I can do it. You wanna see a build with the train and basic attacks? I can do it. You wanna see spin to win on the forged? Yeah, just let me know whatever you feel like seeing. I'm not all about pushing further and further. It's not like I'm gonna get some award or something once I reach the end of the dungeon. Other than my batch changing the numbers on it. So I'm just gonna be switching between different builds and having fun with those. I wish I wouldn't need to fight enemies under level 60 with level 60 heroes, and it would scale to my level if I'm 60 and starting. But again, this is meant to be played for heroes with heroes that have just finished Act 3, who are level like 46, 47, 48 or something like that. I need to kill some more spiders.
pet is fleeing. You are overburdened.
Let's see what's here.
You are overloaded. Your pet has arrived.
Okay, we got the Icar. Okay, I'm already seeing improvements in the drops of those quest items. They said that if you don't get Wookiee early on in the map with the quest item drops, at the end of the map you're gonna be getting more Wookiee with those. I'm looking for more spiders. Come on, spiders. I know there's more than what we've seen. Any spiders here? Oh yeah, there are. And this is the live server. Weak in the knees. Oh, I love the nickname, Weak in the knees. Yeah, Weak in the knees. This is the live server. You can go ahead and update, and you can do Fazir's dungeon on the live server now. As for what Matt asked, unbelievable Matt, for the woes and patch notes we don't know exactly what's in there, but we do know a lot of FPS improvements are coming and a lot of balancing. The woes and developers are saying that in the patch on the 31st of July there will be a lot of balancing, nerf-free balancing, that's their words. Nerf-free balancing, meaning buffs mostly. Buffs only. Alright, we can go for the boss fight now. Safe to move on. So yeah, we're gonna do a few maps with the Realm Master and then move on to something else. I'm gonna let you guys decide what heroes I play. I can actually even let you decide what maps I do. I'm eventually probably gonna use my creator boats and make sure that it's only for the Fazir dungeon, but I would allow people to use that to decide what it is, what my next map would be to redeem it. Just something fun for my Twitch viewers. I wish I could do the same for the YouTube viewers, but there is no such thing as creator points on YouTube, where people can just use those for various things. So the Faziris is a perfect dungeon for interactive kind of streaming, or I can allow you to decide what maps I do next. You can throw me very, very nicely sometimes. You can throw me with some very annoying maps. So I'm probably gonna implement this tomorrow. I'm gonna fiddle with the Steam changes. The map system is really met in WoW, and endgame is too short for grinding. Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to too short for grinding. Do you mean the story in Wosen? And what do you mean about the map system being met? The biggest problem with Wosen was the badly balanced skills and passives. Oh, the lead damage hammer. Screenshot this for memes. This is one lead warhammer. Very, very lead warhammer, one might say. What's a meta build for sharpshooter? I would say anything with targeted strikes can be considered meta for a sharpshooter. Targeted strikes is good. Another thing that's good is if you use the electrode with summons, or if you use the electrode with infectious shooter. Those are some very good choices. I like using scatter shot with the cold heart as well. Scatter shot plus targeted strikes with the electrode is not bad, but yeah, something that I really love using on the sharpshooter is electrode with the lightning strikes and with the upgraded infectious shooter scout's bones. I really like using that one. And targeted strikes still in the mix there.
You say that now. Your pet is back.
So feel free to decide what I play. If someone wants to decide my next map, you can just let me know, and I would let you on the next map to decide when the time comes. If someone feels like, okay, let's decide what Struck does, I'm letting you do it today. So let me know in advance so I can allow for some delay in between stream and chat with the next map. And if you're on right now, you have to exit the game and update. I'm definitely not on the PTR. It is the live server. That's my live server characters and my live server fort. Exit Steam. The best thing to do is exit the game, exit Steam, and then restart Steam and let the game update. And make sure you've changed from your betas to the live server and not to the PTR. If you were playing on the PTR before. And if someone wants to play together, hit me up. If you're on EU, we can group up without having wagging. Speaking of wagging, let's pay attention whether there's some rubber banding. Maybe it's a little bit better when we are solo now. Need to do some more grouping to figure out how it will be. What's my quest? Etheric Stars from Netherrim. Which Netherrim though? Is it any or is it specific ones?
It's rigged.
Three more stars. Come on, drop those stars so we can leave this map. A little bit of fame, let's get it. Two more stars. And do the little netherlings also drop those? Oh yeah, they do. Good to know. But yeah, if you wanna see my sharpshooter build next, I wouldn't mind switching after a few maps. Because someone was asking for the meta build. I don't have exactly meta, but it's close to meta. And the build I'm using there is close to beta, but it had something broken, so I'm not sure whether they fixed that bug with the item. I need to read the patch notes to figure out whether it was fixed. We'll see.
You can't cast that
How do you
spell
pull up
here.
that minimap display? Tap. Tap is the overlay, and M is this one. So this overlays with the tap, the other one is with... Oh, so this bug is not fixed. This bug is not fixed. Where there is no spawn of the bosses. And the problem is not that there is no spawn, there is a despawn. When you teleport, the boss despawns. It is spawning, but there is something that results in the boss not spawning. Alright, I'm saving this. Just give me a moment. I want to save the control and the info so I can report it later. So I'm gonna need to redo this map, unfortunately. Weapon swap, no. You don't have a secondary option like Diablo or Torchlight to equip a secondary weapon set and to swap them. So with this one I can't go to my fort, so the only thing I can do is character select and restart. Well, first progression blocking annoying bug I found on my second map. So I was really hoping that all of those would be fixed before they launch this, because many people would be unhappy about things like this, not being able to progress and having to restart a map because the boss didn't spawn. But again, they probably didn't have enough data about those. On the Seismic, do you use Shocking Burst, the ultimate? I mean, yeah, I would use it. I would use it because it's strong. It would give me extra crit chance the way I spent my skill points on the Seismic build. And it gives me a lot of shock chance as well. It gives me extra 50% shock chance. So if I've got 28%, that makes it 78% with that 50 for the duration of it. So I definitely would use it. Alright, let's try and do a different one for level 2 now. Instead of the Gear Wookie, let's do this one. Hopefully now it actually spawns the boss. So right now I still feel afraid to start actually pushing this dungeon, because I know there's gonna be cases where the boss won't spawn. Hopefully they hotfix this within a few days to fix the remaining bosses. I'm gonna be reporting some of those things. I'm gonna be making a list today. If I encounter anything like that, I'm gonna make a big list of Control and D for different map seats, where the bosses get despawned after I teleport down. And the weird thing is, it's the boss actually spawning. The boss is actually spawning, it's just despawning after I teleport to the boss arena from the short walk above it. What's the quest here? To kill automatons. I can just speedrun this. Oh, let's get this. And we can move now. Which way? Not this way, obviously, so it's the other way. I'm playing on Ridiculous. You can actually see it on my screen. Level 47 Ridiculous, it says there. 47 because this is a second map. First map is 46, then it's 47, then it's 48, and so on until you reach a certain level when it's level 60. After that, it starts adding HP and damage to the monsters. And I can't skip it. I have to do those low level monsters before I can reach the high level ones. So right now I'm kind of doing the boring part, fighting enemies that are not my level. But at least my gear is scaling down, so it's still challenging. It's still challenging when my defenses and HP are getting scaled down to the content level.
You can't carry anymore.
Let's try and find the new pets. But yeah, I would be playing only on Ridiculous, but if someone wants me to switch difficulties, I can go on a different hero. That is not like a main hero, but an out.
Your pet has returned.
You just started playing, but you're level 8 on Ridiculous. Well, Ridiculous feels a little bit boring sometimes, because things die slowly. Things die slowly at start, at the first few levels, but if you're using a sharpshooter or a mage, it can be strong on Ridiculous. Forged and Realmaster have a little bit more trouble at the first few levels. So Sadista or Strong Tusk? Any preferences? Struckwap, do you wanna choose my boss fight for me? I'm gonna give you a few seconds and then I'm gonna just try and choose randomly myself. I wish there was a random choice button, like to click here and then it would randomly choose for me. What I can do is I can blindly let you decide left, middle or right without us seeing. Would that be more fun? Would it be more fun if we randomly decide middle, left or right? Without me opening what they are. That's probably gonna be the best thing to do. As a way of entertaining my viewers. To let them decide. Middle, left or right without me revealing what's underneath each of them. And I'm gonna be opening just the card that gets picked. Let's see.
Your pack is full.
Okay. But yeah, when you get bored of seeing me play the Realm Master, just ask for it and I'm gonna switch heroes. Just a moment. Okay, let's see now. Clear this.
Honestly, I think you could do better.
40% chance that a monster can summon boulders from the sky. Twice. I'm not gonna do a string close-up, but yeah, if someone wants to decide, and I'd like to see how your sharpshooter build works. Alright, let's do one more map with this and then I'm gonna show you the sharpshooter, the scatter shot build. Which one should we do? Poison or shock? Let's do poison maybe, because the last one I think was... Actually no, the last one was poison. Should have done shock. Well, okay, the next one I'm gonna go on the sharpshooter for. Automaton arms. I'm gonna go and spawn them up. Spawn those here, spawn the others over there. Spawn the ones over here. And group them up. The dynamite is sometimes really unresponsive. I would press it and it would just not do it until I press it 2-3 more times. Been noticing that on the public test realm as well. Like now, I was using the dynamite and now I'm also using it. And I think it's because it's in cooldown, but the game is not showing me that it's in cooldown. See, I don't know that the dynamite's in cooldown and I don't know when to use it. And that's super bad, not seeing the cooldown of the dynamite. And I'm trying to use it, but it won't go because it's in cooldown. Very misleading, not seeing the numbers there. Alright, we can go for the boss fight now. And then I can go on the sharpshooter just to show you how the one I've got here on this server works. Come on, come on. Enter, enter. There we go. Oh, did they add the evasion items? There should be an evasion stat added to this. I haven't paid attention until now. So let's pay attention if we're getting evasion items. Evasion. Oh yeah, chance to evade. It's here. They've added it. So we've got chance to evade gear already in the mix. Perfect, perfect.
Your pack is too heavy.
After my stream today, I'm gonna have to make a big list of things I want to include in my video from the patch notes. Because there's a lot of new stuff to discuss and to talk about. Okay. So off to the sharpshooter now, right? Let me quickly get rid of some recipes here.
Your pet has arrived.
And then off to the sharpie. We're gonna be starting again from the beginning on the sharpshooter, because it's character progression, not account progression with this dungeon. Not sure how I feel about this, but it's nice, I guess. And hello gamer Kardesler, Kardeshwer. I don't know how to pronounce this, but hello gamer on my YouTube channel. Nice to see you. Welcome to the Struck Club. So just gotta quickly check if there's things to get rid of before we go.
Your pet has returned.
Make some room. So this is my scatter shot hero. Let's do it. Let's start with it. Oh, I have to complete certain things. There's a quick pro tip. If you've got full storage stash tabs, if you've got 10 stash tabs, the one way to not get an extra stash tab from this NPC is fill your consumables to a point where you cannot collect contract rewards anymore. Then talk to this NPC and she's gonna drop this on the ground, the shared stash tab. And I'm not gonna pick up the shared stash tab because it's gonna be dead storage. Now I can go and talk to the mysterious wanderer, interval point. I'm gonna quickly get rid of some stuff.
Look. Ale, can I offer you a drink?
They should have actually added the enchanting of pet items now, if I'm not mistaken. Fazier's Dungeon, there we go. I've got a skill point that I've not spent, just one. Yeah, this build for now, I'm probably gonna slightly rework it based on the extra skill points I've got. Let's go to my fort quickly. Right now this is the base. This is the base of the build of my scatter shot, wingspan scatter shot, excluding any bonuses from items to skill levels. I intentionally kept it that way, excluding bonuses. So even though I can remove 1 point from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skills, I haven't, just to keep it clean. Probably gonna respec later. For now, let's just go. Oh, I need to be in this tab, my bad. Which one's better? Let's move now.
Step right up, contestant.
I'm gonna do this one. By the way, there is a way to skip right now until they patch it. Maybe they've already patched it, but there was a way to get someone who has reached further to clear a dungeon that is further, and it would unlock those levels. So for example, let's say a friend of mine has reached stage 100, and he takes or she takes me to stage 100 and completes it while I'm in the team. It used to unlock that for us, so it would have unlocked the stage 100 for me. Not sure whether that would work anymore, but that used to be how it is. Because back when I first played the Fazier's Dungeon, Torchlight Fox was boosting my Wobby, and when I started Fazier's Dungeon on my first hero, this was actually, I had like stage 8 or something unlocked without ever doing a single one. I didn't have the checkpoint, but I had it unlocked to the point where I could select it. And they still haven't fixed the wingspan cooldown. The wingspan cooldown still is 4.5 seconds instead of 1.8 with the 10% reduction. But maybe they just needed to. Maybe the bug was not the cooldown, but the wording of the item. I'm gonna quickly check it. Give me a second to clear those. Maybe clear this one and the other one as well, just to make sure they don't do a plague bearer on me. Okay, so let's check it now. Yeah, damage and cooldown are doubled, but the cooldown isn't doubled. From 0.9 it goes to 4.5 seconds. So it's quintuple the cooldown. And the damage is not double, but it's rather like 70%. I've done the testing a couple of weeks ago, and I can confirm it. At least that's how it was back then with the damage. I might have to redo the damage testing, but I don't think this has been fixed yet. I mean, I can easily see the damage changing on my skill tooltip. That's the easiest way to confirm it. I'm gonna check it in a moment. So the damage here says 3891. Fuck. Go away. Go away. So let's unequip the item first. And equip whatever else. So you can see the damage now of the skill is 2419. Up to 2419, 691. So if it was double damage, that would have gone to, assuming 1300 and whatever this is supposed to be. Almost 1400, and the other one would go close to what, 4840 almost. But it doesn't. So we go with wingspan, and the damage is just not doubled. It's like 70% or so increase. But yeah, let's move. I did do some calculations the other weekend, and it seemed like that was happening, like a 70% roughly increase instead of 100% increase. And the numbers also reflected this. When I was doing damage, I could see the damage changing to not be double of what I was doing before the item. Like the random boss portals when you farming. Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. Although I call them debate portals. When you're questing, you wanna not do those because they're just taking your time. But if it's your first playthrough, you might wanna take it slow and do them. But if you're speed power leveling a hero, I normally always skip the phase portals because they're just waste of time, and you could just quickly push through the story and speed run it. And skip all the phase beast portals until you're like done with the story. But if it's your first playthrough, it's definitely fun to, as an extra mechanic, to have those extra portals. It's just that most of the time they wouldn't return me where I started, and then I would have to re-walk from the beginning of the map. Unless they fix this, to phase portals to return you exactly where you entered the portal after you exit. Then you're not gonna be losing that much time. Because it's just a single boss fight. It doesn't take that long to finish, and still kind of gives you some extra loot. Come on. Oh, actually, fuck it. I'm gonna go to the end of the map. I don't have to kill everything.
can't use
And
that
of course we can't use teleport here. I don't know what the reason is behind not being able to use movement skills here. I understand the damage skills, they can be abused to pull some enemies over here and to kill them from up there. But movement skills, it's not like we can kill bosses with movement skills from up there. So yeah, the sharpshooter with the scatter shot still needs some fixing of things. I'm wondering if I do my Scout's Bones electrode build, if it's gonna break the server and keep disconnecting me on the wife one. I'm gonna have to level up one soon. It just it's kind of boring going through the 3 acts of story again. That's why I've been avoiding leveling up another hero for a while on this server. Cause that's like 12-15 hours that I'm not gonna get back.
Your pet has returned.
Let's do this one.
Nicely.
Let's see, and loading. So you can see the sharpshooter is not a bad one to play, but it's gonna be very squishy for some of the higher stages, some of the later stages. She's gonna be squishy because again, unless you use some sort of melee basic attack to get 70% damage reduction and the skittering shoulders, it's gonna feel difficult. But we'll see. I mean, with the Blood Drinker, I can figure out some interesting defensive builds for every hero that doesn't have melee skills, which would be the Mage and the Sharpshooter. With the Blood Drinker and the Skittering Shoulders, you can still get maxed out damage reduction. But you're gonna have to wait for the Blood Drinker update, for the Relic update. Because the current Blood Drinker is not gonna give you that damage reduction buff, but the future one will. And yeah, you're gonna be able to cap it at 90% damage reduction, even on a sharpshooter. And sharpshooters have so much damage. It's gonna be fine if you just use a relic for survivability rather than damage, and rely on your own skills for the damage itself. And there's gonna be a lot of healing. The Blood Drinker is gonna have 3 different skills to heal in 3 different types of healing, without saying what and how. Along other skills, there's gonna be other skills to heal you. Not just to heal you, other skills to do, I mean. So yeah, Blood Drinker would be your healing relic. Healing defensive relic. With nice active and passive skills for survivability. Come on.
That spell can't be cast.
2 more remains. Drop me those remains. I guess it doesn't matter what Hivit I'm killing, as long as I'm killing Hivit.
You can't do that.
Oh, and just don't like the chat on the side. It's too distracting having chat on the side of the screen. When I need the chat, I'm gonna enable it. If I don't need it, yeah.
You can't cast that spell here.
I hope this one drops me that quest item I need. No, it didn't. Now that means backtracking.
You can't use that skill.
Ah, really?
Lost your life.
Really? Really? No, I gotta do this over. I got greedy to complete stuff quicker, because it's boring at this level. Okay, let's switch heroes. Enough sharpshooter, let's switch heroes. I wanna play on the spin to win a bit. Is that it? I think that was it. The spin to win is gonna need some gearing up, because he's got level 30-40 items probably still. But what would I need? Stronger gauntlets of the Mountain King set. Or maybe let's first open gear bundles. First let's open some gear bundles and then check what we need to fill in. We've got 44 levels, that's at least 4 gear bundles of the legendary variety.
You pay up front, no refunds. Good luck out there.
Oh, I forgot. I'm capped at gold. I just wasted a lot of gold. Oh, Mountain King gauntlets? Yes. Level 60 versus 35. Losing that relic cooldown would hurt. Attack speed, I don't like those. I don't like those. There's no crit damage. I'm gonna sell them. Come on.
Thanks for the gold. You pay up front, no refunds. See ya. It's a grab bag.
Okay, let's start collecting again. 35 left. I'm trying to gear this guy so he doesn't get one shot once I start doing the Fazier on it.
I make no promises. Thanks for the gold. pay up front, no refunds.
Someone said Warchpo is back. Good afternoon, Warchpo, to you. Is there a new patch today? For yes, there is a new patch. You can download it now. There's two sets of patch notes. So big patch notes, a lot of stuff. So the Fazier's dungeon is the most important, biggest part you could see. Supposedly there's improvements to rubber bending, and I have been noticing less rubber bending, if any, actually at all. So they definitely seem to have improved on this.
Thanks for the
Okay, we are ready to wood stuff. Raging beater. This really sounds like a masturbation technique.
good luck out there. You pay up front, no refunds. See ya.
Stormblade. Yeah, I don't need this.
It's a grab bag.
There is no patch notes on. There is patch notes. Believe me, there is patch notes. I can even give you links to them. So there's part 1. Oh shit, wrong one. Let's ignore this. Ignore this. that's the wrong message. A wrong copy paste. Let's delete this so you don't see it much. This is just my Ctrl and D message, so you don't need to see this. Although, can I even delete it? I don't think I can delete my own message. But yeah, just give me a moment. I'm gonna give you the patch notes link. So that's the part 1 and that's part 2. Should have made a comment. I should have probably made a comment with this that people can use for the patch notes. Actually, give me a moment. I'm gonna make a comment. So whenever someone uses exclamation and let's see what comment is free. Exclamation notes maybe. Custom comments 24 out of 25 slots. Let's see notes. Part no, part 1 I mean, and part 2. So yeah, copy pasting the links for everyone there as a comment, adding it to my bot. Did they wipe? No, the wipe is in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks we're gonna get a wipe with the next big update, the relic update. So okay, the comment is ready. I'm gonna copy it and paste it in my YouTube bot so everyone can use this as notes. So exclamation notes would be it's already set on Twitch. I'm gonna quickly change it on my YouTube notes exclamation add comment exclamation notes. There we go. So yeah, now if anyone needs this, they can get it. I'm actually gonna update I'm gonna update my title as well. There we go. Sorry for taking time to do that, but it's for the better for everyone who joins afterwards the stream. So while we are gambling here, actually overdid it again, and I'm trying to get those gauntlets for this spin to win build. There we go, I got the gauntlets. It's terrible. Why? Why does it give me the worst possible RNGs? Two legendaries, and both of them were with the worst possible rolls on it, and with only three affixes, and yeah, out of those 3 affixes, getting some basic attack speed and attack damage and stuff. Seriously. I really wish we had a rerolling system like Diablo 3 to select the best affixes for our items and to min-max builds easily. Instead of this RNG fest. Even with Yabu's RNG rerolling system, at least you can eventually, whenever you get lucky, get that one stat that you want in that affix slot. Well, I'm gonna be stuck using level 35 gauntlets, because it doesn't want to drop me something with good stats.
Thanks for the gold.
Alright, hopefully I don't get wrecked with my little defense. Just wasted probably 30,000-40,000 gold. Maybe 30. 40, I doubt I wasted 40, but 30,000 gold I might have wasted here. And I did get 2 legendary gauntlets of the type I wanted. The problem is the stats were just terrible. Could have at least given me crit damage in one of them, at least. If not, really cooldown. By the way, do I have the Raging Beater in my Legendarium? I don't. Alright, let's get it. Oh, hell. This guy's not done with the story. I can't do endgame with it. No. No. He's not done with the endgame, with the base game. I think I died on the final boss or something like this. Or what was it? Or oh no, actually that was a bug. I killed the final boss, but it didn't count it or something like that. Can't remember exactly what happened, but there was something weird that happened with this guy. Let's see. Sundered Throne. Let's try and find it. I'm gonna try and do it. I think it's just the final quest left. Really, so not a fan of this complete Act 3 bullshit. Come on, come on, come on.
It's trapped.
Oh, by the way, did they fix the Raging Beater? The Raging Beater was broken. It was venting. What was it? I think there was something broken with the venting, where it would vent heat even if I don't have 75 or something like that. Defeat Netherim, 88%, 100. Alright, let's go fight the boss now. No, it's not the venting. It was the damage. It does the damage even if I don't vent. So it was overpowered. You can see now when I jump, it does the bonus explosion. Do you see the explosion at the end? That explosion shouldn't happen at the start and end unless I vent 75 heat. So that's how it's kind of broken and maybe a little bit overpowered right now. It's not like super overpowered where you can make a build around it and destroy stuff, because it doesn't do that much damage, but it's still broken. Because you don't have to have heat to get it. You need to run to the store, but okay. You would like to run some maps. Alright, let me finish on this hero quickly, that last quest, and then we can run some dungeons. As long as you're on EU, hopefully you're on EU, because otherwise it might be a bit waggy for us if we're from different continents. Got 15 potions, that's good. What do you mean you lose weapon if you die when you die if it's enchanted? You only lose wife bound items. You only lose wife bound items, and wife bound items are optional. And it's not just weapons, it's armor as well. It's completely optional. I'm not a fan of how they changed this system. I love the old system much better. And would have preferred if they either returned it to the way it was or improved this system. Because right now it feels... I don't use it, I just don't use it. Hardcore players would love this system. Softcore Care Bears like me wouldn't love this. Because I just can't not die. I would have been playing hardcore if I could guarantee that I'm not gonna die. There are so many things that could cause me to die. Being distracted for anything like my pet, or just attempting to read my chat, or or just hearing something and averting my head to look at it. So distraction being one reason, whack might be another reason, rubber bands, bugs could be a third reason. Ah, fuck. I didn't know he can one-shot. I thought I could tank this. Oh, and now he's back to full HP, of course. Such a boring boss fight with that invulnerability, having to kill the skeletons. I love all the other parts of it, like all the mechanics with the fire and the poison and the lightning. But those skeletons healing him... Thankfully on this build I can kill him, but on another build I had such trouble with the skeletons, so every time they do the skeletons he goes back to full. HP, and then I had to... I did kill it in the end, but it took a while, because I had to like do a lot of damage every phase.
More fools rushing to their demise. No matter.
Can't cast that here.
Come on, come on.
Can't cast that spell here.
Alright, we got him. Now I can finally do endgame with this hero as well. What was it? Go to Echo Landing quickly. Alright, now I can finally do. And who wanted an invite? Who wanted to do maps together?
The Clockwork Core.
But yeah, you gotta be careful when using wife-bound items. I mean, be prepared to lose it. If you don't want to lose it, well, don't use the system.
You can't
It is kind of like that. Oh no! I'm gonna be stuck now with dead storage.
Countless lives. Not only Imperial
I'm not gonna
soldiers,
pick up the rewards.
souls all over Nova Strea.
If I pick up the rewards, I'm gonna be stuck with dead storage.
You can't do that.
And I don't have to... I mean, I know I can get rid of dead storage by creating a new hero and giving that hero the items. And just deleting that hero. But I'm just gonna wait for the wipe and then avoid the dead storage after the wipe. So we keep getting that Fazir's dungeon item on every hero. I still think you should be unlocking the Fazir's dungeon once on every quest, and once you've unlocked it on all 4 quests, to not have to unlock it on your outs. Would be much better.
Hey, if it isn't all what's their name? That one?
Alright, let's do that one. Let's keep moving.
You can't do that here.
How many more? 2 more items. Alright, now it's 1 more. Yeah, I'm not gonna skip those, come on. There we go.
You can't cast that spell here.
Which boss did we get? Krank, which is like what? Kronk's cousin. Fighting Jason Statham. Alright. First stage done. But yeah, are you guys enjoying the update? How are you finding the Fazier's dungeon? I mean, most of you probably have already seen me play it and know all there is to know about it. But if you're new, if you haven't seen the Fazier's dungeon before and it's for the first time that you're seeing it, and if you're not playing the game, feel free to ask questions. But if you're a player and have already played it yourself, feel free to share what you think about it and what ways you think it can improve, in what ways you can think and this needs to improve. There's a few ways I would like to see it improve personally, like a little bit more motivational in regards to rewarding us. So when you finish a checkpoint for the first time, to maybe reward you a legendary gear bundle or whatever else, like a blue gear bundle, and then legendary after a few checkpoints. In any case, maybe some gear bundles could be a nice extra motivation, and then maybe a little bit more variety, but they do know about that, that they need more variety in the fixes. And after a certain point it just becomes bullet sponges. Honestly, the enemies get so much HP after a certain point that I don't know whether that has been addressed, so once I reach those stages I'm gonna be able to tell you. But yeah, for me after level 35 it became boring to even do it in the test realm. So I'm wondering whether they addressed this HP scaling kind of boringness. I need some water, just a moment. Oh, so that's the boom boom room. You can push the enemies into the explosives and let them take damage. So the boom room can be useful if you use the explosives to kill enemies.
It's trapped.
I'm not saying I'm actually level 28, I really like the game. Have just 10 hours on this game, but played Torchlight 2 also, but only a few hours. Alright. Well, I hope you enjoyed. And yeah, if it's your first playthrough, just enjoy the first playthrough, because there's only one time you do a first playthrough in a game. I don't know how many playthroughs I've done since April last year, but it's definitely been a few. And after the game's early access, the amount of playthroughs I've done so far is just too much. After the early access started. More than I've done before that throughout the alpha and beta altogether even. Okay, and Fortress of Misery. Keep in mind that some of the cutscenes are incomplete and would need some reworking. So when you're playing the early access, you're not actually playing the finished product when it comes to. Oh, this bug again. Why do I keep getting those bugs with no bosses to kill and having to restart my dungeon? Alright, I'm gonna switch characters again. kind of have to, because it just keeps giving me those buggy things. Let's play on the mage now. It sucks when I get a bug where there's no boss and I have to restart the dungeon and I've wasted my time playing that dungeon. But yeah, right now the only thing I can do is just switch heroes and try on a different hero.
Ready for a forever friend?
Kedrick the Slayer, welcome back Kedrick, nice to see you again.
We'll be here.
Well, time for this build to play it a bit. But yeah, that was my biggest concern. I had a feeling that they would release the Fazier's dungeon by fixing a lot of bugs, but some bugs still making their way through the end, I shouldn't call it end product because it's not the end product, but through the patch. Some bugs that are preventing your progression, like a boss not spawning or the boss despawning even though it's spawned. Is there a way to make the UI bigger, like the health globes and stuff? It used to be bigger, then they reduced it, so there's no scaling for now. But there used to be a bigger UI and then they just removed it. Let me quickly check, maybe they made a scaling... No, I don't see a scaling slider. It would be nice to add a slider though. It would be nice to have a slider. Let's see the video setting. There's resolution quality, which I'm not sure what this does. Very high, still the highest. Okay, so hopefully...
Another day, another dungeon. Went with the obvious.
Hopefully we don't have problems with no boss spawns. I just can't, man. I mean... I don't like it when I spend time doing something and then I have to redo it again. Would have liked for the end game to get delayed another 1 or 2 weeks, but to not have something like this. But again, after 2 weeks everything's getting wiped, so I'm not gonna try too hard with this. There's no point to try too hard with the dungeon. But I'm not gonna be the only one that's not gonna like this, so hopefully they hotfix this soon. Because many people would do the dungeon, then not be able to get the boss to spawn properly, and have to restart it, and then they're just gonna have some negative stuff to say about the game. Even though it's early access and things like that are kind of to be expected. Okay. Alright, let's just keep moving. Wondering what items I'm using on this guy. Oh, it's this stuff with those legs. Okay, kind of getting an idea what it is.
You can't cast that here.
We got Jason Statham as a boss fight again. Alright, let's see. What is the difference between SOW and party farming? Well, with party farming it's easier because you've got more people. And you can also resurrect each other, revive each other in the dungeon before the timer runs out. Whereas when you're solo and you die, that's kind of it. It's over for you and you have to restart the map. Not sure whether it becomes a little bit more difficult. Maybe there is an invisible thing that makes the game a little bit more difficult for party. When I was playing Mapworks with others, it seemed like the monsters ended up becoming a little bit stronger when we were in a party, but the game doesn't tell you about this anywhere. But it could have been just how it seemed. It could have been actually nothing like this in place and me just getting confused.
Well chosen. Oh, look.
Let's see this. Oh, it's this layout. Okay, I love this layout. Come on, come on. What items am I using in my legendarium? Pants, mayhem, and shoulders. Okay. How many more Vulturas? 6 more. Which boss did we get? Saintwing, the Scavenger. Who's that? Torchlight 1 and Torchlight 2 was great. Okay, I still have Torchlight 2 installed. I don't have Torchlight 1 installed, I think. I don't even think I own it legitly. So I'm not sure. Back when I played Torchlight 1, I didn't even have my own PC. So I was playing probably on a shared PC at home that we had. But I do have now on my own Steam account Torchlight 2. But the last time I played it is probably over a year ago or close to a year ago. And it's great. It's definitely a fun game.
Oh, are you sure?
Squaw quo, alright. But I have played both Torchlight 1 and 2. Whether I prefer Torchlight 2 or 3? Well, I prefer Torchlight 3. Torchlight 2 with mods is good, but I've played enough of it to kind of wanna play this now. There's a lot of things in Torchlight 3 I like more than Torchlight 2, and there's also vice versa. A lot of things in Torchlight 2 I like more than 3. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's hard to tell which one I like more, but let's say I like Torchlight 3 more. It's got more things that I enjoy. And it's getting even better with the next big update on the 4th of August. We're getting a huge rework of the Relic subclass, as we can call it now. The Relic subclass would be a nice thing, a nice addition. That third skill tree that you can tell from a mile away is a third skill tree. How that would work for some of the builds we've played until now remains to be seen. Every build would need to be reworked though. With the relic subclass being a thing, you would have to rework your current builds. Because right now you can switch between relics, no problem. Just craft yourself a new one or grab another one from the relic storage. But this is changing, as I said. And you're welcome. I mean, I always try and provide as honest of an answer as one could when I get asked what's your favorite class, what's your favorite game between those two and between other two and so on. When I'm asked to compare things, I try to avoid sugarcoating and fanboying over other things, and I try not to make nostalgia cloud my judgment. Like for example, people could even ask me to compare this for Diablo with Diablo 2, and I don't say that's a fair comparison. Honestly, I wouldn't say it's a fair comparison comparing this game to Diablo 2. But if people ask me to compare it, I can definitely say certain things that work well in Diablo 2 don't work well if they get converted to this game system, whereas other things would work pretty nicely. There are some great things in Diablo 2. For example, the rune system in Diablo 2, such a nice, amazing system. But I don't think this would work really great in this game as a system, if you just copy it one-to-one. But you can see how the Legendarium is kind of the version of Kanai's Cube from Diablo 3, and it does work well. It does work well in this game. Another example is we had Diablo 2 style skill trees. It didn't work out well, people didn't like it, and they requested for some changes, for more freedom. And then the Diablo 2 skill trees were gone, and we have the current skill trees, which give you so much more freedom, and you have those tier bonuses. I really like the current relic system, but I think I like the plant update more. As long as they give me enough hero slots, I would be very happy with the plant relic update.
Your pet is back.
Alright. So yeah, if you get bored of seeing me play the same hero over and over, let me know. I don't mind changing. In fact, I've already changed multiple times, because it just gets boring when I reach some block.
Went with the
Come on. How am I doing? The automatons 32. Right, I'm gonna keep running now. Then stop when there's a big bunch of them in one place. Which character are you playing? I think yesterday it was the robot. This one looks nice. Actually, every day I play multiple characters, Gary, but this one is the Dusk Mage. every day I play every single character in my streams. I constantly switch. I can't be doing the one shot I mean the one trick pony kind of playstyle. It just doesn't suit me. I'm pretty much all about variety, and monogamy is not for me. One can say it like this maybe. Yeah, I can't just play the same hero over and over. How many more? One automaton. Come on, one automaton. There should be at least one nearby. Oh, there we go. But yeah, this is the Dusk Mage. In particular, this is my kind of maybe slightly reworked piercing light build. If you go to my website, struckquap.xyz, piercing light is this one. Okay. I'm gonna quickly check if the concurrent players increased. It was 420 earlier. Oh, now it's 672. Interesting, interesting. So yeah, the concurrent players are now 672. Earlier it was 420 something. So a little bit more people logging in. It's probably gonna go up to 1,000 later today. Although most people from the US already probably played on the test realms. And that's what's starting to log in right now. People from the US over the next few hours would be logging more and more. Let's grab this one. Actually, how long have I been streaming for? 5 hours. I'm getting a little bit hungry. Might have to do a short break to go to the kitchen after this map. Also peace break. We'll see. But yeah, after this map I'm gonna do a short break of 2-3 minutes or so for peace and a bite. What's my quest? Killing Netherim. Alright, this will be a quick one. And the quest is already done. Already see where I need to go. Train of enemies. Definitely a much more stable experience compared to the test realm. Much more stable. I mean, I haven't gotten disconnected once, although I have not been using Electrode as much. I can probably go on my summoner setup with the Electrode later, just to compare it to see. But it seems like it's not disconnecting me. So that was one of the most annoying things back then, the constant disconnects. And since those are fixed and rubber banding is almost entirely eliminated. Good news, at least in that regard. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick break just to take a leak and maybe grab something from the kitchen, because I've been online for like 5 hours. So just a moment, I'm gonna start the BRB screen and be right back in 2-3 minutes or so. And if you're on Twitch, I can put some ads for you on the screen in the meantime, so be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Let's remove this BRB screen. So yeah, let's continue where we left off. Was it stage 4, 5, whatever? 5. Okay, we're down to 6 now. And let's see if I missed something in the chat. I didn't, okay. So we're gonna do right now. Anyone wanna choose the level? If you wanna choose the level, let me know before the map ends, so I can just give you some time before I start the next one. So while I'm doing a map, if you wanna choose my next one, just let me know in the comments in the chat, and I can let you choose the next one. But yeah, for this one I'm gonna select maybe, let's select Siege and Icebreaker, because I'm gonna be chilling and freezing enemies. Sorry, I muted myself to eat a little fat juicy prune. Was muting myself during the loading screen, if you're wondering why I wasn't talking. You don't want to hear me chewing. Alright. Oh. What's the quest? Get the tablet of Yaya. Alright, Yaya. Haha. Look at how many those things are there. How many siege breaker fields. Oh, Arc of Light! Finally, first time I'm finding this item. I so much wanted this item for this build on the test realm, and on this realm I never could get it from gambling as a drop. That's definitely finally an item I wanna test. Now I'm gonna be able to experiment with the build the way I wanted to play it. Instead of using Absolver, I wanted to use Holy Bolt. So I'm gonna salvage this item to get the power for my Legendarium, and then play with that in the Legendarium, and replace Absolver with Holy Bolt and see how that would work for me. Whether it's gonna be quicker to fill up the light and dark bars with that one. I mean, it's gonna be the dark bar that's gonna be quicker to fill, I assume. Because the light one I'm filling with those two skills. But yeah, finally something that I've been trying since the game launched, not launched, but since the game did early access, to get that item, and I just couldn't. 200 plus hours later, finally getting it. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's not like I played for those 200 plus hours on this hero only though. But yeah. Alright, let's go wrap this map up and then change the build. see what's here. Which boss do we get? We got Stinky Streve. Stinky Streve. I'm wondering whether this is a typo or intentional. Because it's the first time I'm seeing a name like Streve. It would be nice if they rename this to Stinky Struck. I would love this name of a mob. But I think there's probably a developer called Steve, and they're putting developer names in items and other places, hidden somewhere there. And that's probably a hint at the developer. Past or future or or present. Dark skills damage. Although future developers kind of interesting if they can predict who's gonna join the team in the future. But yeah, past and present, let's say. There's some places where you can see those hidden names. Even in some quests, I think I've seen some developer names. So yeah, now let's experiment with this Arc of Light finally. So Arc of Light. Here we go. I'm gonna remove... Oh, alright, let's remove the Celestial Pants. Is that right? So it's still casting 2 Holy Boats, but also casting Absolver with the same cast, right? Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be such a nice thing. I assumed it won't be just casting Holy Boat and replacing it with Absolver, but also cast both of them the same way it works. But I had fears that it could be worse. I had fears it could be just replacing the Holy Boat with Absolver. Thankfully that's not what's happening. So it really works the way I wanted and expected it to work. So perfect. Let's do... Oh, White Vault, yeah. Let's do White Vault. All right. What level dungeon have you managed to get up to so far? Well, So far, yeah, only 7, but the thing is, again, I'm switching heroes. I don't care whether I'm gonna reach the end or not. Really, I don't feel like there's a specific reward to push for other than bragging rights. If you've watched me long enough, you would know I don't care about things like bragging rights that much. Just a little bit, but it's not about the bragging rights, it's about the curiosity for me. The curiosity regarding what modifiers come next. That's kind of it. So I still kind of wanna reach further and further, but not because of some visual cosmetic changes. But yeah, I'm loving this change. Let's play more with this. But yeah, I've already switched between different heroes multiple times. I got disconnected, I got not disconnected, but I got multiple times bosses not spawning. So this still exists, sadly. It still exists as a bug. And welcome Li Wu. What levels could be earned per hour? Keep in mind I switch heroes multiple times, so it depends. It depends, but per hour you could probably use you could probably get 10, maybe 15, maybe 20 even per hour, depending really on the RNG, because there are certain missions that you can really rush and skip. It's probably better to ask Rexer. Rexer, if he's in the chat on YouTube, he could probably write it down if he's watching. Although I'm assuming he's probably playing and not watching now. But he reached 251. So Rexer is the only person so far that I know of that has reached 251. And he could probably tell you how much it took him. And whether he only pushed on ridiculous or whether he was changing the difficulty throughout his pushes. He was, I think, on a Rail Master with the train. The most defensive builds, the train Rail Master. So it was a similar build to my seismic charger, but he was using the cold relic. He said he was using the cold relic, the one I'm using right now, because the electrode disconnects us a lot. On the test server, using the electrode resulted in constant disconnects, so he was using the cold relic. So like my seismic charger build, but reworked slightly to match a cold relic rather than a electrode. So maybe like a middle ground between my spike driver and seismic charger kind of thing. And this Arc of Light really opened up the build to get this dark bar buffed quicker. Definitely what I was hoping would happen. Well, finally seeing this build in its full glory. Although for the full glory I would probably want the Ebon Grasp to be fixed. The Ebon Grasp would be amazing if they fix it. And then I would be wearing, instead of blue shoulders, the skittering shoulders, and I would put, instead of the skittering shoulders in the legendary, I would put the Ebon Grasp there to boost that energy spike. I really want to see, when they fix the Ebon Grasp, how many unholy bolts it would shoot. and how that barrage would be. Would it be random barrage in different places, like 5 boats randomly traveling, or would it be one after the other, a single unholy boat? I mean, I really want to see it. I really want to see it fixed and working, and to know how the mechanic will be when it's fixed.
It's trapped.
But yeah, it took me over 200 hours, to those of you who didn't hear it earlier, to get this item, the Arc of Light. Of those, probably 80 were on the Dusk Mage. Probably 80 hours were spent on the Dusk Mage from the 200 and something. Gotta check the right number. I'm gonna check it in a moment. If I go to my Steam library, Torchlight 3, 292 hours. So let's say from those 292 hours, on the Dusk Mage I spent around 100, roughly. That's only early access hours, of course. We're not talking about pre-early access stuff. But even pre-early access, I didn't have the Arc of Light, because first of all, it didn't really exist much until they added the Legendarium. But once they added the Legendarium back then, in the beta, I did not play that much because I couldn't stream it. Aha. I couldn't move for a moment, not sure why. Did you see an FPS drop just now? I noticed a video frame whack or something like that, and it wasn't the stream, it was the game kind of dropping frames for a moment.
You can't use that skill.
Syzygigs, Alpaca Hunter is our enemy. And it's not as I expected. It's not casting fully upgraded Absolver. So still kind of a little bit disappointed from the Arc of Light, but I still like it. But it's not casting my fully upgraded Absolver as people were telling me it will. People were telling me that items are casting the fully upgraded versions of the skills they proc. Well, it's definitely not the case with Arc of Light. Because I'm not seeing 5 projectiles, only 3. You can see it's only 3 projectiles when it casts Absolver. And my Absolver definitely casts 5 missiles. Would it be that it doesn't count the bonus levels? I'm gonna experiment later. Actually, I can do it right now. I've got Respectacles. Let's go and test it. If I put that to level 10, even with the 2 bonus levels, just to make sure it's clearly at level 10, whether it's gonna cast 5 missiles or not. And I'm not sure whether it's supposed to be casting the upgraded version or not, but I will definitely try and ask sometime. about this, how it's supposed to work. Because if it's supposed to cast 5 missiles and I can't get it, then it might be a bug. It all depends whether it's supposed to cast my upgraded Absolver or not. Alright, let's respec quickly. Just a quick respec. Let's say we remove those 2 points and then put 2 points here. And then... yeah, it still doesn't do 5 missiles. Well, I just gotta test it. I mean, I love testing stuff like this. Figuring out certain weird mechanics. And Kedrick saying Minecraft dungeons looking pretty fun too. Just looking at that when I was eating. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's not a bad game. It's not something that would keep you playing for long hours, for hundreds of hours and so on. But it's still nice to pick it up every now and then, get a little bit of more casual experience in Minecraft Dungeons. I mean, Minecraft Dungeons is even more casual than Torchlight 3. So you can have Path of Exile, then you can have Grim Dawn, then you can have things like Vast Epoch at the top of the chain in regards of complexity, and then you've got closer to the middle, you've got Diablo 3 and you've got Wosen, and you've got... actually Wosen is a little bit between Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. Then you've got Diablo 3 and Warhammer Chaosbane, and then after that you've got things like Torchlight close to Diablo 3 and Warhammer Chaosbane in regards to complexity, and then at the bottom you've got kind of things like Minecraft Dungeons, that it's still not too complex, but it still gives you some build variety and customization, and can still keep you playing for a while. So Minecraft Dungeons, if you're a parent, is pretty good to play with your kids. Regardless how young they are. If they're like 4, 5, 6 years old, you can still play with them. Torchlight 3 might be something for a bit older kids, like 10 and plus. And then with teenagers, like 14, 15, 16, like something like that, you can start playing some of the more complex games. Although I think Path of Exile is supposedly an 18 plus game, but of course that's just numbers for the people who care about those numbers when it comes to ESRB ratings and things like that. It's not like teenagers don't play Path of Exile and Diablo 2 and 3 and so on. I'm wondering how Diablo 4 would stay in this regard of build diversity and build complexity. How easy and difficult it would be to make a build complete in Diablo 4. So far from what I've seen, it's pretty nice. It's not too difficult, it's not too easy, you still got the complexity. But I wanna really see what items would play into this mix, and how strong the ancient items would be, and whether ancient items would be like in Diablo 3 stronger versions of the regular or not. Because we know that in Diablo 4 you would be able to only wear one single ancient item at the same time. So there's probably gonna be a nice variety of ancient items to choose from. You're gonna have to make some tough choices if they're super overpowered. The ways that they would modify a build. Many people are unhappy with the simple system of Diablo 4 defense attack, but I actually really like that simple, not too complex thing. But again, it's a matter of preference, and until I play it, I can't tell whether I like it or not. In theory, I like it, and the way they're just simplifying things to defense and attack, but many people are saying, fuck it, this is a mobile mechanic, it's boring. And whether they're right or not, I really want to find out. I really want to get my hands on a on a demo of Diablo 4, that demo that they were playing in BlizzCon. I would really like to get my hands on it and play it. It really seems fun though. From what I've seen from Diablo 4 so far, it seems like my kind of fun game, and it all depends how they would handle endgame and itemization. So far itemization seems to be handled nicely, and I keep watching some news videos and content about Diablo 4 when I find some on the internet. But yeah, I would like to see more and hear more soon about it. What do you guys think? What do you think about Diablo 4 Struck Up? Do you think it's gonna end up being fun for you? Do you think you like that simplified attack and defense system? Because it's always been about resistances. In games like Diablo 2, Grim Dawn, it has been always about resistances. So would they get rid of the resistances, or would the resistances still be there along with the defense and attack? I guess we gotta see. We gotta wait and see. Yeah, I also think that there's gonna be resistances. I mean, until we see the final product, we won't know, but I think they're still gonna be there. But we will have that armor and defense, I mean not armor, but that defense and attack simplification. I'm not gonna set my hopes too high for Diablo 4. In fact, I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna set my hopes and expectations too low, so I can get surprised. I'd rather get nicely surprised instead of expecting more than the game can deliver. I mean, I have faith in the game and I want it to be good. I want it to be a true Diablo game that I can enjoy more than Diablo 3. And hopefully more than Diablo 2, if that's even possible, but we'll see. We'll see. I'd rather just, yeah, not expect too much and be surprised pleasantly. We do know that one of the people who worked as a game director, I think, for the Witcher series is working and in charge of I guess the direction in Diablo 4. So if they make that nice epic story like the story in The Witcher, but still retain the hack and slash fast-paced combat and mechanics, it would be nice. So far from what I've seen in regards to the skill system, I really love it. How the skill trees are. To those of you who want some links, I can give you some links if you want to know more about Diablo 4. I've got some links that I can find. Just let's make sure I'm in a safe spot. Why am I seeing FPS drops, in-game FPS drops with this patch? It's weird that I'm seeing FPS drops, and let me check my task manager. Not sure what could be happening there. Nothing's overused, 36% CPU usage total across every application I'm using, only 10% from Torchlight. honestly, my OBS is using 18% of my CPU. My memory is not overused, my GPU is not overused, so why the FPS drops, I'm asking. Okay, let me quickly give you some links for Diablo 4 to read about. It's probably an oath, and I don't know if it's updated. This is from November, but I think they constantly update this. Probably it was edited multiple times since November. But yeah, this link is the one I like giving people from Icy Veins. There might be some upgraded new information somewhere. But we all know Icy Veins is a very good source of Blizzard related stuff. So for those of you who are wondering what I was talking about, if you've not seen enough Diablo 4 stuff, there's a nice bunch of things listed in this article. I love sharing it when talking about Diablo 4.
Your inventory is full. You can't use that skill.
When I think we will get Diablo 4, well, people are saying it's closer to launch than we expect, but I think we would get a playable beta like the beta with Warcraft 3 Remastered. I'm thinking such type of a beta, early access, pre-registration or pre-purchase beta, probably would come in a year from now, probably next summer. That's when I think, probably next year in June. And I think the game might launch at the beginning or in June 2022. If they keep the June anniversary date and wanna launch on the anniversary date in June, probably 2022 would be the real launch, but I don't know. I'm probably assuming they're gonna do the beta around next summer and the launch at the end of next year, probably. If the rumors are true that the game is much further in development than people expect. But I think it's pretty safe to assume if you wanna be kind of safe with the guesses, 2022 is a pretty safe guess for the latest date where the game could launch. If it comes early, then of course nice. But my guess is between next summer and the summer afterwards, somewhere around there would be the beta and the real launch. I mean, they're probably gonna want 2 months of beta, 3 months of beta maybe, to make sure the game is not completely broken when it launches. So if they do the beta next summer, then probably by winter we could get it. But that again depends. I have no idea how further in the development it is. So far the only footage we've seen is from this one short quest line that they previewed on BlizzCon, that they allowed people to play. Apart from this demo, all the other footage out there has been roughly within the same lines, that kind of maybe first act or first town, and only that specific quest zone, only that specific quest demo. So until they show us more concept or screenshots or whatever, things that like maybe a roadmap of things of how far along they are with the development, we can only guess. I don't know how many people are in the team as well. Like, is there 100 people working on Diablo 4? Are there 60 people? Are there 200 people? I mean, I don't know how many people are working on the game. And yeah, I think it's a pretty safe guess to say between next summer and the summer afterwards, somewhere between that period of time. for the beta, followed by shortly afterwards the real launch. If they even do beta, they might just go straight for launch. Who knows? I mean, with this game, even if it's bad, it's still gonna make a ton of money. I mean, it's Diablo. People would buy just because it's Diablo, just because they wanna see what it is. People would pre-purchase it before they even know whether it's good or not, because they believe in the franchise. And I probably would be one of those people. If I have the money to order Diablo 4 when they start pre-orders, I would. I mean, I would definitely play it for myself and decide for myself if it's good or not, rather than trust someone else's opinion. Because my choice, my preferences, my way of playing games is vastly different from the majority of people out there. I mean, just that I don't play Path of Exile when the majority of players do play it in the genre, definitely means that I'm not one of the majority there in regards to my preferences in games. And I don't play Diablo 3 either, so if I don't play the maybe 2 most played games, and I only play Grim Dawn every now and then from the 3 most played games, it probably can tell you about my preferences in the genre. For me, the real successor to Diablo, spiritual successor to Diablo 2 is Grim Dawn, not Path of Exile. Grim Dawn feels much closer to Diablo 2 as a game to me, compared to Path of Exile, for example, and compared to Diablo 3. Even though I think back then in ExileCon, in an interview, not sure who said it, but one of the 3 fathers of Diablo 2 and 1, either Max Schaefer or Eric Schaefer or David Brevik, one of them in that interview called Path of Exile a spiritual successor to Diablo 2. But even though they've called it, for me Grim Dawn is the more befitting one for this title as a spiritual successor to Diablo 2. But I guess everyone has their own way of thinking and of their own preference of systems that they would like to see in a game and that they would not like to see in a game. Like seasons, leaks, really not my kind of thing. Being able to go into maps I've completed in my story and find some uber bosses like the Nemesis in Grim Dawn, oh man, sign me up for this. I love that kind of running around, killing enemies in the story zones, trying to find a Nemesis. Dungeons like Bastion of Chaos and Steps of Torment in Grim Dawn, I would love for something like this to be in Torchlight 3. We know that in Diablo 4 we're gonna have open zones, similar to how Torchlight Frontiers had it before they changed to Torchlight 3. You would have zones where it would be you and other people in that zone, kind of like Guild Wars 2. You would be seeing other people in the same zone. If they're in the same channel, they're probably gonna make channels, I mean, otherwise it would be getting overcrowded. So that's gonna be nice, having those world bosses in Diablo 4 and having those open semi-MMO zones. Not like a real MMO, but yeah, that zone-based multiplayer would be nice. It really would allow for those world bosses and raids, if they even make world raids. I really like the mechanic in Guild Wars 2 with the random events. When you're in a zone and the world is just living and yeah, it might feel very repetitive because it just keeps repeating the same events in a whoop. But I really like that mechanic. Although in a way it became really boring when people were farming those for reputation and just running around the map in a big zerk, doing one event after the other and triggering events one after the other. It kind of got boring. That's how that system ended up getting used, but it was pretty nice to boost each other that way. So something like that, if they add some of those like living world kind of things in Diablo 4, would be very fun in those open zones. What's happening with my quest? It's not dropping much quest items, is it? But yeah, we all hope Diablo 4 comes sooner rather than later, but we all probably want it to come good and finished, and not rush the launch. I'd rather have Diablo 4 later instead of sooner, but it being good, bug-free, as much as they could get it to be bug-free, and with all parts of the story finished. I mean, it would be nice if they do 2, 3, 4 months of beta, like early access beta, something like that would be nice if they do it for Diablo 4, so you can still play it, but know that it's not a finished product, and help them find more bugs than they could find internally. Knowing Blizzard, they would get the big Diablo 3 streamers and content creators and give them early access to the game and get them to help find probably some bugs, but have some inside scoop on the game and things like that before a broader audience can try it. It would be a nice move if they do something like that. But again, Diablo 4 is a game that doesn't need hyping. It's already the biggest title out there, the most anticipated title probably. Apart from Path of Exile 2 and Diablo 4, I don't think there's any other title that's just as anticipated as those. Even Magic the Gathering Legends, which is still another very anticipated title, even that can't compare to Path of Exile 2 and Diablo 4 in regards to hype and how many people can't wait for those games to come out. By the way, this quest might be broken. I don't think there's gonna be enough skeletons to kill on the map to get the Jar of Teeth. So is there a new broken quest after the spiders get fixed? Do we now get broken skeleton quests? I mean, I'm gonna try and trigger every single skeleton spawn. I'm gonna try and go to every nook and cranny of the map that I might have missed. Like this one here. They apparently fixed those quests though. Right, let's try and get as many to spawn as we can. Apparently they made it so that if you don't get quest items at the start of a map, you would catch up and the game would start dropping you more of those quest items by the end of the map. I'm not sure how it decides whether it's the start or the end. Does it know the exact number of enemy spawns and packs in the map and how many I've killed? 9 out of 20. Yeah, I definitely am calling this as an unfinished map in regards to the quest. At least I'm getting something out of it, but right now I don't need XP. I'm 60, so fighting those level 55 enemies, it's dropping me 55 level wood, feels a little bit boring, and it feels wrong. I mean, it should scale to your level. If your hero is level 60, the first stage shouldn't be 46 but 60. If your hero is 46, then okay, 46 seems fine. Come on. Drop those items. 10. Halfway done. Okay, more skeletons. More skeletons. Come on, drop me 3 here. If this group drops me 3, I can probably catch up with some more groups. No, it didn't drop a single one. And this one's bugged. Bugs. Gotta report that later when I'm not streaming. Let me Control and D this. I'm gonna just quickly make sure I save this file. Save as Skelly Man no drops. Okay, I saved it. Just saving my Control and D info so I can later do some bug reporting. I think I've triggered every single spawn. Okay, not every single. There's some here I haven't. But again, the way I see it, I'm at 11 drops out of 20. I doubt that there's gonna be something that magically would appear and drop me 9 jars of teeth. If that was 10, if you only had to collect 10 jars of tea, that would have been fine. And I think it used to be smaller number before. Does anyone remember this quest from before the patch? Was it always 20? Not much we can do. Alright, should we switch heroes? Anyone wanna see a specific hero build? You see, we've got choice between 7 different heroes here. This is spin to win. No, this is spin to win. This is a ranged shotgun blast kind of fracking strike build. This is my train and basic attack build. This is my summoner electrode build. This is my slammer cold hard build. This is scatter shot. And this is the spin to win, and this is the one I was playing. So if you wanna see a specific one of those, now's the chance to say. Otherwise I'm just gonna do up down with my cursor and try and stop it as much as I can. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It stopped here. That's no hero. Alright, let's do it another time. Alright, we got this one. I'm closing my eyes and moving my cursor, and wherever it ends up when I open my eyes, that's the hero I play. I need to make myself a random number generator for 1 to 7, so I can decide that way. Not gonna spend this point. Okay, with this hero I stopped because I got a broken boss. It's gonna be painful though, getting 7 heroes to the level 60 endgame would take a while. I'm probably not even gonna bother with getting everyone to the level 60 endgame, knowing that in 2 weeks they're getting wiped.
Oh, I know what you're here for.
Yeah, with this one, oh no, I actually died. I actually died on the first map with this one, on this one, this map. And it seems it's giving me the exact same choice of 3 cards for every hero at the first stage. So it's not really random, it just looks like random, but it's the exact same preset fixed cards for those challenges. At least for the first ones, for the first stage. Because all heroes so far I've tested today, which is 4 or 5, had the exact same choice of 3 cards for the first level. Probably they intentionally wanted the first one to be fixed as an introduction to make sure nothing too strong is there.
Your pack is too heavy.
I have mayhem. They teleported, of course.
It's ring.
Let's see, we got 2, 3. I think a dude high with glance drop from the flyers, from things like this one. Or do they drop from the drones as well, and the soldiers? That's a lot of gear work on this one today. But I'm gonna run past those. Let's keep running. No, no, fuck. They keep surrounding me sometimes. So fast. And it's almost midnight, 11:59. Almost midnight. We've got like half an hour more of doing some Fuzzier related stuff. Okay. what's happening now. I did get 2 legendaries this run though. 2 legendaries.
Your pet has returned.
Okay. Let's go again. Let's see the choices for level 2, whether they're gonna be the same as the previous heroes. Yeah, those do seem random, so this one is the only one with fixed. So not that big of a choice. But yeah, I'm not gonna do spiders, because I'm not sure whether they're gonna be properly fixed, but those can result in a boss missing. So do I go for chance of my boss not spawning, or do I go for a chance of not enough items dropping? I'm gonna go for not enough items dropping, because I think this hopefully doesn't happen with the spiders anymore. But yeah, Act 3 is the one where bosses don't end up spawning, or they actually spawn but then despawn once you port to them. So I'd rather... No, this is also an Act 3. So, okay. Act 3 spiders. It's spider 1, but it's Act 3. At least it's the Q melee Q range spiders, not the one with the Icar, so that should be doable. So as long as the boss is not broken, we're good. Let's get them to spawn and let's do this. And next I'm gonna choose probably an electrode based hero to see. Probably the train electrode hero. See whether we can break the server and get it to disconnect me or not. The train electrode setup would be the best one to try and stress the server and see if there's gonna be rubber banding and other things delay related. Man, what's my gear work on this hero? I mean, it's unusually high. 30% gear work and I'm getting so many legendaries with this hero. I can't believe this. 2 legendaries this map, 2 legendaries the previous map. The RNG stick blessed this hero. Almost don't feel like switching to the other one, but I really wanna test before I stop streaming today if the electrode would result in me disconnecting when I stress test the server with it. Okay, another. And this hero is definitely blessed by the RNG stick. All those low level items. So yeah, let's go quickly on the train rail master. You got some time left to try and get myself disconnected by overloading. That's gonna be a true test, true performance test with this build. The problem is this. Ah, no, no, I can't do it with this hero. He's not done the quests. He's not done the story. Yeah. Fuck. I'm gonna miss my my train build from the test realm, so I can't even play this this hero. I can't even play him. I can test it outside of the Fazier's dungeon. Let's see if I can get myself disconnected in a regular map. I can do the same testing outside of the dungeon, unless the dungeon has something that that makes me disconnect more. We'll see. In the test realm, in the test server, it didn't matter whether I'm doing map works or a dungeon. I could still get disconnected super easily and super often if I'm using the electrode. So let's test. Let's get a bunch of enemies, use my relic activation, use my train skills. So far so good. Oh, and they mentioned something about the endurance effects of being stronger, of shotgun, of flamethrower car, and of what was the other one? Mortar. No. Let me quickly check something. I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at in the meantime. Realmaster's flamethrower, shotgun and mortar now have much more impactful endurance bonus. This is the thing I need to test. Oh, I can only test 2 of them right now. But wait, I also have Doom Pipe, so my flamethrower car always gets its endurance bonus. So it's always using that that main activation kind of spread, let's say, this cone, this one. And this one attacks incredibly fast for 3 seconds, so that's gonna be even faster. Let's test it quickly. It's supposed to always get the bonus. Because I'm using the Doom Pipe, right? Yeah. So supposedly it's acting, it's attacking super quick. 1, 2. I don't think that's super quick. 1, 2. That's not super quick. That's not super quick attack. Incredibly fast for 3 seconds. So it either is not getting this this endurance bonus all the time, or it's just not getting a chance to kill enemies because they're dying quick. So let's say I remove this and change it to something else, so that things are not dying as quick from other places. 1. Yeah, it's just not attacking quicker than one would think. All right, let's try and find more enemies and activate the endurance bonus manually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's broken. The Doom Pipe is broken. That's how it is. The Doom Pipe is just broken. Someone's gotta do this testing, and I guess I'm the right person to do the testing. I love testing things like that. So for the mortar car, the Doom Pipe is broken. Let's see for the flamethrower car if the Doom Pipe would work. I think it's broken for that one as well. Let's see. Maybe it's not. Maybe for the flamethrower car it's working. Because I'm seeing it do that big cone. See? It's doing that. It's definitely doing that. Okay, so just half broken. Just only the mortar car is broken. Well, 50%. 50% broken, 50% awesome. Thankfully it's the 50% I care about. that are awesome. So yeah. If you're using mortar car, bad news for the Doom Pipe until they fixed it. I did not get disconnected though. I did not get disconnected. I did not see some major rubber banding. So good job with the stability stuff. Unfortunately, I can't do endgame on this hero because it's not done with the story. And the same goes for my summoner. Then I knew this is gonna bite me in the ass eventually. Power leveling with map works. and not doing the story. Let's check the summoner quickly. I wanna see if that one is stable as well. The electrode summoner. How would that be? Now obviously not gonna be able to do endgame with this one too. Not a big fan of this. I'm really not a big fan of having to do all 3 acts on every single out. See, I can't click on it. That's why I like games like Diablo 3 and Wolcen, where you can make an endgame only hero and not have to do the quests, not even once. Okay, well, I'm gonna do a map works here to see if I can get the server to crash and disconnect me with this electrode. Just stress testing the electrode, whether it's gonna be the same as the test realm where I get disconnected constantly. Over there, I think I get disconnected due to very high ping. When my ping gets too high, I get dropped from the server. Need more enemies. Need as many enemies as I can get in a single place to do a nice test. Let's get those. Let's spawn some more on the side and group them up. It's gonna be a big test. This is gonna be a very big test for if I don't die before I group up all the enemies I wanna group up. Yeah, I think that's pretty much both of them. Let's just wait for them to come closer. Let's do 4, 5, no 4E. So there is the rubber banding and delay. I mean, that's definitely still there to a certain extent, but much better than before. Much better than before. And no disconnect. What am I using in my Legendarium? Oh yeah, I can't get rid of this or this. Not until I find Skittering Shoulders. Oh no, actually I use Celestial ones for this build. Can't use Arc of Light. For this build I gotta use Absolver instead of Holy Bolt plus Arc of Light. Oh, that was a huge delay. That was at least 1.5 2 second delay between me teleporting and me actually moving. And that was a rubber band. Alright, we're back to stressing the server with electrode. At least it's not disconnecting me, it's just making Huber whack. But yeah. Electrode is still a bit too much for the servers to handle, for the whatever is controlling the calculations of all the damage. Just look at that. But at least there's no disconnects. At least there is no disconnects. So I'm assuming my ping becomes super high on the US server, and that's why I get disconnected. Whereas in the EU server, it never goes too high to result in a kick from the server. Right. Ah. There's some more spiders there. Come on, there we go. No, at least I did a lot of testing. What more needs to be done tomorrow? But yeah, I'm gonna be uploading a video about the patch, like an overview of everything that changed, like a summary of the changes and overview of the patch notes. So tomorrow my stream might be a little bit later than usual. We'll see. We'll see. Depends if I manage to wake up earlier and record enough footage. And thing is, I'm gonna be going through the patch notes and checking and making highlights of the things I wanna cover. So it might end up being a long video. Oh shit! I accidentally clicked outside of my window and now I resized it. So it probably looks weird on your screen right now. Probably looks very weird on your screen right now. The size of my... Because I play on windowed, so I can see my overlays on the side. And when I click on the border and drag my mouse by accident, it resizes the window. So I gotta do this and then this to fix it. Celestial pants. The crit chance is good. The crit damage is good too though, but crit chance is definitely nice. Well, I think that's probably gonna be it for tonight. Thanks everyone for tuning in, for watching. There will be more tomorrow. I will go now to start recording some footage for tomorrow's video, but keep it cool. Thanks again for watching and for all the follows and everything else on Twitch and YouTube. Until next time, keep it cool again and goodbye.